Alright. We are live, I hope. I hope everything is working. Just trying to get everything, like, messaged out and everything, like, post on different places to get the word out that I'm going live with some Pokemon. We're going to be hatching a whole bunch of eggs. Quite a few... I've got quite a few eggs saved up. So this is just going to be a hatching stream. We are chasing the Masudo shiny Eevee. We are currently on... I do believe we are hunting the Vaporeon right now. I'm not 100% sure, but considering that, you know, my Vaporeon breeder is right here next to the Ditto, I'm assuming that that's what we're chasing at the moment. I'm not entirely sure. We did... So, just as a refresher, because it's been a minute since I've done this, since I've streamed the Pokemon Scarlet, since I've streamed my game save, whatever you want to say there, I'm just lost for words at the moment. So Reinar here is going to be our Flareon, Ty here is going to be our Jolteon, Sai is going to be our Espeon. We did manage to get a shiny. This is going to be our Umbreon, yo. And we still need to get a shiny Vaporeon and a shiny Sylveon. So yeah, we still got a lot more work to put into hopefully getting this done. So now it's just a matter of mindlessly breeding Pokemon for like forever. And you know, as usual, it goes without saying, because I rarely have any people in chat, it's kind of hard to just talk about nothing for a while. And I don't know what to do most of the time. Like, it's a little bit easier when you got somebody to talk to, but when you don't, it's kind of like, hey, what do I talk about? I know that's one of the things that as a streamer and as a fledgling YouTuber, we got to work on that a little bit. But again, it's like, it's kind of like, you know, what do I talk about if there's nobody to talk to? Because effectively I'm just talking to myself for however long, like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 2 hours. That becomes kind of monotonous, and I go off into tangents bad and talk about things that I have no business talking about. So, but what I am thinking about right now is, if you're familiar with PM7, he is a big Pokemon streamer and YouTube content creator. He recently did Generation 3 of finding every single Pokemon from that generation as a shiny. And they did Generation 1. I don't remember, I think they were only short by like 2 Pokemon. I don't remember what the 2 Pokemon were. Oh, here we go, first thing. But that was kind of cool. Then they did Generation 2. They got really dang close. Oh, it's a 24-hour challenge, and it's not just one person. A whole bunch of people working together to try to get every single Pokemon from that generation as a shiny. And to get some of them, they have to employ tactics that, you know, are kind of interesting, because there's a lot of problems with trying to do that nowadays. Some of them you cannot trade over, so I don't know how they're doing that, because the path to trading up to, at least, we'll say just the Switch for now, not necessarily Scarlet and Violet, but getting those Pokemon onto the Switch and into the Pokemon Home is a little bit harder than it sounds. So I'm not sure how they get some of those. Anyway, so Generation 2, when they did the Generation 2 video, they got every single one of them, which I think was like 100 something, except for one. They were missing one of the legendaries as a shiny, and that was shiny Raikou. It's the legendary electric dog, as they are called. I don't like calling them dogs because they're not dogs. They're more like lions and tigers. But everybody calls them dogs, so, you know, whatever. Um, that one was pretty cool. They got really close to that. I don't remember any kind of highlights from them. I think the biggest surprise there was just how long it took them to get some of the Pokemon. Usually you would think that the legendaries would be the hardest ones to get, but there were some of them that lasted till the last few minutes, and they never got Raikou. But then they recently did Generation 3, and Generation 3 was kind of hilarious because they didn't succeed Generation 1 after 24 hours. They didn't succeed Generation 2 after 24 hours. And with Generation 3, I think part of the reason is because there was so few in Generation 3. They actually got all of the Pokemon within 14 hours. So they didn't even use up the entire 24-hour time to catch them all. And they got every single one of the Generation 2, Generation 3 as shiny. So that was interesting. Now, the real reason why I bring that up is one, we are shiny hunting ourselves. And two, that is something that I know I'm a small channel. I know I don't get very many views. I know there's hardly anybody ever in my chat. But that is something that I would love to participate in. There is some problems with that, though. The first problem is I do not have the shiny charm in any one game. I do not have it in any game. And that is, you might be thinking, well, you know, why haven't you put the time in? And you're right, I have, but that's because I never thought it was like necessary. I'm not a shiny hunter like all these other people, but I do think that being part of that crew and, you know, being entertaining like that for hours on hours just trying to catch shiny Pokemon is really cool. Like, being part of that is interesting. Now, if you're a longtime member of my channel, when this goes to YouTube eventually, you will know that I tried to make my channel more about Minecraft, though in recent months I've kind of given up on that. There are reasons for that, and you might be thinking, well, you're trying to do too much. You're trying to be out and branch out and everything, and you're starting to become more of a variety channel than anything that's focused on any one thing. And you're not wrong. The main problem there is I'm bouncing from thing to thing, trying to find where I actually fit, where I belong. And that is the story of my life right there. Like, trying to figure out where I belong and what universe and what series, you know, all that stuff, trying to figure it out. And honestly, like, we're way off on a tangent here. We're way off on tangents. We like tangents around here. XY tangents, ZY tangents. We don't like signs. We don't like signs. We like tangents. Little math joke there for everybody. Yeah, okay. Nobody's in chat, so nobody's laughing. But yeah, I think being part of something like that, some kind of big group of people trying to do a particular thing, is absolutely amazing. And I'm talking like content, because I know I'm still getting comments about some events from a couple months ago, and I'm just going to tell anybody that has anything to do with those events, shut up. I really don't care. I really don't care. The whole world has become nothing but a bunch of scaredy cats. And I'm going to speak my mind about things. And if you don't like what I've got to say, well, shut up and go somewhere else. I'm tired of dealing with certain things. And that's even, that even goes further in, like, the whole YouTube and content creator space. There's some things going on that I don't feel like are right. And this has been extending into every aspect of it, even certain video games. Uh, I've been saying for a long time that there were certain things about Scarlet and Violet that I didn't like, politically. Uh, we're not going to get into that, like, deeply. We're not going to discuss it. But, you know, I just realized I don't have this on full screen. Sitting here playing on the mini screen. There we go. Now I can really see. So for you guys, it just looks normal, like the whole screen should be filled up. But for me, I was looking at the window through OBS instead of actually, like, turning it on. But there have been some things that I had noticed within the Scarlet and Violet games that I pointed out, and I got ostracized on various platforms about it, and even banned from a few Reddit sites for complaining about that, and everybody was like, you're wrong, or that's not that big of a deal. And what's funny is here within the last few months, I have started noticing people are talking about that. They are noticing what I pointed out. And, you know, yeah, I pointed it out, and people flip out about it, but others, like big channels, pointed out, and nobody seems to care. So that's kind of annoying to me. Especially considering, like, the whole universe seems to be lying a lot about things. Like, I was noticing this the other day. I was going through Twitch, and I was seeing just how many people are doing stuff, how many people are streaming out there, and how many viewers they're getting. And yeah, there are some channels out there that are well known, people like them, and they go watch them and everything. And then there's other channels that, you know, they may have a small following, but they have a small following, and they got people, like, watching and everything. Here I am, been doing this, you know, my YouTube channel doesn't really suit it, but if you looked at how long some of my channels and my Twitch channel has been around, we've been around for a few years, actually. I want to say about 7 to 8 years now, and we haven't gotten anywhere. We haven't grown enough to get anywhere. Like, I know I complain about, you know, not having viewers and everything, and while there is some truth to that, it's past time. Like, there should have been some kind of growth happen, but there's been nothing. It's like I'm beating my own head against the wall now. And, you know, others, and it gets even worse than that, because I've seen, like, looking around, I've seen channels that have only existed for a fraction of the time and had way more views and way more subscribers than I think is even possible. And it's just like, now wait a minute, what is going on here? It doesn't make much sense to me. Like, none of it makes any sense to me. Like, how can this channel that has barely been around 6 months just absolutely dwarf my viewership and my subscribers? Like, you're talking a video that had been around for, or a channel that had been around since, what was it? It was like October of 2022. And it already had over 200,000 followers, and it was getting over 200,000. It was getting over 21,000 per. It was getting over 21,000 views per video. And they only had like 54 videos. Here I am. I looked at it just a few minutes ago, and I'm I'm starting to approach 300 videos. Like, I thought it was a big deal when I was approaching 200 and I still didn't have that big of a following. We're getting close to 300 videos and not much has changed. The the numbers on the videos are so random that looking at the analytics and trying to figure out what everybody's tuning into is kind of impossible. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it. And the popularity of videos are completely random. And in one case, it wasn't even that the video was actually popular. We're not going to talk about what happened with that video. It has since been deleted. And I don't really care. There's a big problem with that one video. We're not going to talk about that, but... So, there's too much randomness. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to why I have some videos that are popular and why I have some videos that are the exact same as the previous ones, but they don't get hit as hard as the others. And it's kind of like, now wait a minute, what is going on here? It's even on Twitch, like, there's no way, with how many people are actively watching something, there's no way that I should constantly have only one viewer show up in my chat. Like it's a bot or something. That is statistically impossible. It's kind of like how we've been going for, I don't know, 5 months on this, and we still haven't gotten 3 shiny Eevees. Now, technically, we've already gotten 3 shiny Eevees, but one of them was female. 2 shiny Eevees. We got a female the first time, which was a little bit disheartening. And the only reason it's disheartening is I have specific names that I like to use. I'm kind of OCD about the names that I use for my Pokemon. And this one, turning out to be female, ruined that. I was like, well, I gotta keep going until I get another shiny that is male. That I just decided to call her Olivia. That's the first thing that popped in my head. So then we got our male eventually, but we are so many months into this, and I don't know how many eggs I've hatched at this rate. I don't know how long it's going to take us to actually start this full EV team run. Like, this is getting to the point of ridiculousness at this point. All I want to do is go through the Scarlet gameplay with nothing but EV evolutions. It's something that I've wanted to do in a whole bunch of games, but never really could because of some of the mechanics of them. It'd be easy for me to just switch over Pokemon and just be like, okay, we're going to use these guys in this game, that way we can complete this. It'd be very easy for me to do that. The problem is they're obeying commands or how they obey the trainer. But I think it's a bit ridiculous how they've done this. And some of the older games, it makes sense, but in the newer ones, now that we have to tie everything to accounts and have an account for keeping track of our Pokemon or keeping track of our progress in any kind of game, I don't understand why the Pokemon now have to still be attached to one trainer. If it's on my account, regardless of what game I'm playing, it should obey me. If it's got an original tag that is my account. So I really feel like the Pokemon company needs to, and Game Freak, needs to start making it to where the Pokemon that are bred or caught by account are attached to that account. So if I trade my Pokemon, all these Eevees that I'm breeding, if I trade them over to, I don't know, let's just go with Arceus, Legends Arceus. They should obey me. Because I feel like that's the next move forward, is that the account should be, or the Pokemon should know that, hey, this is the same account. This is the same person, so we need to obey them constantly. It seems kind of ridiculous because now it's almost like it's a completely new person every time. Which technically it is, but my point is that I don't like that whole, it's got to be associated with that particular character even though I am the same person playing this. I have 5 games, and the Pokemon in all 5 of those games will only obey the trainer that is from the game that I originally caught them in. I feel like they could do that. Well, I feel like we got way off on a tangent there. I can feel my voice getting raspy. Yeah, no, soda's not the best for this, but whatever. Okay, one more egg, and then we gotta switch them out again. Of course. Normally this is not something I would do, but in Scarlet and Violet they have really limited the box sizes. So now I can't keep all of these this time around. Hopefully once we've reached the end of my egg supply, we've got another shiny in the box. Because this challenge, this should have been easy. Like, just breed up a whole bunch of eggs, hatch them, and boom, you've got your 3 shiny Eevees for the Team Eevee playthrough. But it's taking way too long. It has been absolutely maddening. Now, I know at the beginning of it, I didn't realize that the Ditto I was using was incorrect. It wasn't from a different region. Which is funny because when I traded it over from my Pokemon Sword, it was from a different region, and then suddenly it's from the same region. It's like, wait, what? It's like the code input from the Sword, from Sword and Shield to Scarlet and Violet changed. Because originally it was from, I think it was like from Spain, but then when I brought it over to Scarlet and Violet, I did not realize that it suddenly read that it's from, it just says English on this one. So this game is weird. Like, the Sword and Shield ones, they flat out stated, like, a region. Like, it's from Japan, or it's from Spain, or it's from England, or it's from Germany. Scarlet and Violet doesn't do that. It does it by language in this one. It is straight up, what language is this from? You may be fooled into thinking it's still the same thing as, like, what region is from. No, it's not. It's actually what language is the Pokemon from. It's a very weird thing that they did, and most people don't even know it. They don't even realize that's not how it works anymore. It's kind of weird that they did that. I don't know why they did that. It's a weird thing to change. Especially after introducing the whole concept of trading Pokemon across the world. And speaking of trading, I know there's been a lot of complaining about the amount of bots that are trading shiny Pokemon in the surprise trade. I'm hoping that the Pokemon Company does not remove the surprise trade from future games, but instead figures out a way to start blocking those bots. I know that's a tall order, but I'd really like the feature of surprise trade, like never knowing what you're going to get. I've loved that concept. I've used it quite a bit. In fact, in my Violet game, that is actually how I'm nearly done with the Pokedex in Violet. That's the first time ever I've done that, and we are very, very close. The only thing I need is this guy. I just heard a noise. I don't know what that was. I need this guy, and then I need all the Paradox Pokemon. Which, thanks to Surprise Trade, I've almost gotten all of them. I think I'm only missing, like, maybe 2 or 3. Off the top of my head, I don't know which ones I'm missing. But I've almost gotten all of these, and I've almost gotten all of these guys. I think the only one I'm missing is the Raging whatever, the one with the huge neck. It's the only one of those that I'm actually missing. We also got this guy. So I don't think this is part of the regular game's Pokedex. And so is this guy. I think he's actually part of the DLC. But this one is. So we got Walking Wake. And whatever his name is. And then we got these 4 here. He's part of that group, but I already managed to get one of the surprise trade on my other game in Violet. So we're not that far from being able to get them. But these are all my, like, special traded Pokemon here. And I kept these 2. Now, obviously that one's a bot trade. And then this one's just in a Premier Ball, which I thought was interesting. And then we got an actual Gimme Goal here, which is kind of weird that somebody traded that ball. And then we got King Gambit, which is the most annoying Pokemon to get. Is not the most annoying evolution, but it is probably the most annoying one to get because it's got a very weird way of doing it. So is a couple others. Like, I'm not even sure how we would get the squid while we're streaming. Like, because I can't physically pick this up and flip it upside down. I'm not sure how I'd go about that. I feel like eventually, when we get done with this challenge, I need to go back to my Legends Arceus and finish out the Pokedex there, so that we got yet another game we could potentially hunt for shinies in. And we're kind of running out of time before the next game comes out. ZA is right around the corner, I do believe. Not that I really care. Like, some of these... Legends Arceus was interesting. to say the least. I do need to go back and finish it, potentially get the shiny charm in that one, but as far as like actually playing it and enjoying it, I really didn't like some of the mechanics in it. I thought it was cool that they were introducing the whole open world stuff, and in fact, that game was probably the precursor for open world inside of Pokemon. They got close to it in Sword and Shield, but I feel like Legends Arceus was the pinnacle of open world. Scarlet and Violet kind of sucked with its open world. It's absolutely terrible. Now, I do want to correct something. I'm saying open world. Uh, Legends Arceus is not open world. It's what I like to call open zone, meaning that you have a world zone that you can explore, but you can't go outside of that world zone. It's the same complaint that I've been having with Destiny 2. Like, it seems big, it seems massive, but then you realize that you're very, very limited on where you can actually go. So I like that game a lot better than I do this one. I will say that. I don't much care for their whole Pokeball throwing. Like, I see a lot of people using certain Pokeballs. I typically use the flight Pokeballs because they're much easier to hit Pokemon with. But I see people using all sorts of Pokemon balls all the time in that game, and I'm just like, how are you even throwing it like that? Because it won't. I'm not seeing the game physics being applied to these streamers and YouTubers. Like the heavy ball, you can't throw the heavy ball more than like 2 inches in front of you. And yet I see people sniping with it all the time. I'm like, no, it doesn't work like that. It's got a really bad arc. It falls directly in front of you. You can't hit anything from 3 feet away. It's just one of those things that just makes me like question stuff. It's like I was saying earlier about there's probably a couple million people on Twitch roaming around looking for something to watch or actively watching something, and yet I'm sitting here constantly with no viewers for over 7 years. It's like, huh? The statistics there just don't make any sense. Statistically, that is not possible. Oh, it's a female right there. It's kind of like this. Statistically, I am way over odds on getting shinies at this point. I am so far over odds that it is ridiculous. In fact, by the end of today, when we get through however many eggs we manage to get through, I imagine we probably still won't have a shiny. I will probably still hunting down a shiny Vaporeon. Come on, show me the gray. Show me the gray. It's not gray. Actually, I've even gotten tired of keeping the females. I have so many female Pokemon, it's ridiculous. You know, there's that one meme out there of guys saying they used to breed Lapras and then release them into the wild because he found out that they were an endangered species. And then later on, Nintendo or the Pokemon Company put in that because of strict non-hunting laws, they have started overbreeding. And they put the whole quote in from Jurassic Park, "You crazy son of a, you did it." they put that in there. By this point, with how many EVs I have bred, there should be a guaranteed 50-50 gender ratio for male and female EVs. Because it's absolutely ridiculous, and this isn't the first game I've done this in. My is it X or is it Y? My Pokemon X or my Pokemon Y has the box is just filled with EVs from me breeding to get shinies. I actually completed that a lot sooner than I did any other version of me doing that. Like, I've done that in every game since they introduced the breeding mechanics. Well, sort of. I keep saying that it's Generation 3, but PM7 and M&J keep saying that Generation 3 also had access to other Pokemon. I don't think that's right. But then again, I may be thinking of the wrong generation. It may have been Generation 4. But I don't remember having any issue finding Pokemon I liked. I do remember having that issue in Generation 3, because you couldn't trade them across. That game was not backwards compatible. They say it is, and show that they had Pokemon. I'm like, no, that's not what I remember it being. That's not right. Because I have played every single Pokemon game, mainstream game that is, since the release of Red and Blue. And I had to correct somebody in one of their, in a Time magazine, because they said Red and Blue came out for the Game Boy Color. That is incorrect. It came out for the original Game Boy. If it had come out on Game Boy Color, it would have been in color. It was not. It was in black and white. It came out for the original Game Boy, not the Game Boy Color. And I've played every single one since then. And almost all of them I've owned both copies. Almost. I did not get a copy of each of Black and White and Black and White 2. I did switch off. Like, I think I had Black, and then I think I had White 2. I don't remember exactly, but I did something. I do remember doing something like that. Sun and Moon, I got Sun, and then I got Ultra Sun. So I never did get Moon. I actually didn't like those games too much. It was mostly because I didn't like the starters. Any game where I'm not a huge fan of the starters, I don't really end up doing a whole lot. The only reason I've been doing a whole lot here in Scarlet and Violet is because it's the first game that is open world completely, and it's allowing me to do this. Like, I haven't done a single gym battle yet. I haven't battled a single trainer except for the 3 mandatory ones at the beginning of the game. And here I am bringing up a team to do an entire run-through of the game. I have not done anything else yet. We are still working on getting our full team, so... And we should be able to get our full team before we do the first gym battle, or do the first Titan battle, or progress at all. However, story-wise, we have done the first 3 major battles without our chosen team. You don't have a choice in that. You do not get the picnic mechanic until after you've been to the school and gotten the whole spiel about, you know, having an adventure and going off and, you know, doing whatever. You have to do that to get that, to get the picnic mechanic. Now, with that being said, that means that there are 3 battles that you cannot skip. You have to do those battles. Where's the map? That's not the map. Nope. Here's the map. It's been a while. So, when you get your starter Pokemon, you have to battle whatever her name is, Nimona. You have to battle Nimona. Then when you get Koraidon or Miradon, you have to battle, what's his name? Whatever his name is. I can't think of it. And then when you get to the school and you meet up with Penny, you have the first of the bully battles. Yes, we went from evil organizations bent on Pokemon world domination to bullies. Yeah, bullies. Like, even the story of this game is so lame. And then the actual story of the professor doesn't even happen until after the game is over. It's so weird. Like, the game... The credits roll once you beat the Elite Four. And once you beat Nimona. The credits roll. But the story of the game is not over. And then, we got DLC to go through. It's just... And I don't like the whole idea of DLC. Did we... I don't even like the DLCs in this one. I don't know what they were thinking with it. Then I've got my own problem with some of those characters, too. There's just so many things going wrong with these games. But the idea that I'm going to be able to play through the entire game with the full EV team, it's worth it. Otherwise, I'd probably go back. I picked up Shield, Pokemon Shield, a couple months ago, and I've been doing effectively the same thing. Trying to breed Pokemon over there to play through that game. Maybe eventually we'll try and get that one on. Unfortunately, so technically you have to do at least one gym battle in that one before you get to the egg breeding. So the daycare. Before you get to daycare, you can start breeding eggs to hopefully get your shinies. You have to do at least one gym battle. I went a little bit further than that. I did the first three, so the fire gym, grass gym, and water gym are all complete. Even though I don't have my proper team that I wanted to run that game through with. But we still got the DLCs in that one too to run through, and then hopefully we'll do some legendary hunting at the raid in that game. Probably at some point. We gotta get through this and get all these EVs bred, and then we gotta evolve them, and hopefully we get the correct ones. I've heard that this game is a little bit more annoying with the how you get certain Pokemon. As far as like your happiness and friendliness training. So there's a small chance that Sylveon will be annoying to get. But first things first, we gotta go through all these eggs and hatching. Been doing this for so long now. I'm ready for it to be done so we can get on with the actual playthrough of Scarlet. It's been a long time coming at this point. Like, I don't even remember when I made the announcement that I was gonna do this. It was like back in... It was before May. I want to say it was like March of this year that I said I was going to do this, and then we have had no luck getting these shiny Eevees. It's been absolutely ridiculous. That's a female, too. I really hope we don't get another shiny female. That's just gonna be frustrating. I have been tempted a time or two to just go ahead and say to heck with this and start it. Like, just give my EVs, evolve them, and just go for it. I have done that a time or two, but I'm like, no, I'm doing this the way I want to, with the shinies that I want. I don't have to have all of them shiny. I just want to have the 3 shiny. And technically, I don't actually need, I technically don't actually need this shiny Vaporeon. We are working on Vaporeon. Yeah, Bold. Yeah, this is for shiny Vaporeon. Technically, I don't even need the Vaporeon shiny. I just think it'd be cool to have the shiny Vaporeon. These 3 are the only 3 shiny EV evolutions that I care about. Shiny Jolteon is just too subtle. Like, it's so hard to see. Shiny Flareon, like, let's just be flat out blunt here. I don't care about Flareon at all. But I am setting this challenge myself, and we are going to use nothing but EV evolutions. Shiny Leafeon, same deal. It's so subtle. I do like the idea that somebody posted out there that shiny Leafeon should have had autumn colors. So give it a nice brown hue where the green is, and then dull down the rest of its body so that it looks like fall colors. I absolutely love that idea. That is a great one. And shiny Glaceon, like, I don't know why they made it another subtle shiny. Why didn't they, like, make it purple or something? Kind of like what they did with Vaporeon. Kind of mimic that whole color balance there, too. That would have been really cool to see. But they didn't do that, so. Sylveon is probably my favorite shiny EV evolution. Next up would probably be Umbreon. And then Vaporeon's alright. I don't mind Vaporeon too much. In fact, I think I do have... Yeah, I've got one here that I rescued. And so these are all traded ones that I got through the surprise trade. And it's an EV evolution. I gotta keep that. Like, this is so cool. I love that. The yellow eyes and blue rings, it's so great. But yeah, so like I was saying, the suggestion was to make all the green on it brown, and then darken up the main body a little bit so that it's a little bit darker. I think that would be an awesome idea for Leafeon. I think that would be absolutely amazing if they did that. And we are going to get Leafeon and Glaceon at some point, and I will at some point use them. But they are probably the 2 weak links as far as EV evolutions are concerned. Flareon's arguably the worst, but I've got to have a fire member on the team because grass types are just so common. Not that that really matters in this game. In this particular game, you don't really have to worry about wild Pokemon as much because they're everywhere. You physically see them. That's one of the things that I did like the balance in the open world areas of Sword and Shield, where you could see them physically in the world and interact with them, like go and like run into them to try and catch them. But there was also the chance that while you're running through the grass, you would get a random encounter. I really liked that because it kept a balance there. Otherwise, you could just avoid the Pokemon 100% of the time. And that's one of the problems I have with this game, is that it's just too easy to avoid the Pokemon 100% of the time. Like, you never have to worry about actually running into them. Sort of. I mean, accidents still happen. I know I've walked and hit a Pokemon before simply because I can't see it because of this ridiculous thing that they call a bicycle. I'm not even joking. That Koraidon is probably the worst designed Pokemon I have ever seen. Like, why has it got like an inflatable chest? Why is it made to look like a motorcycle when it's running on all fours? Why do we have the big wheel looking things? And the back wheel is its tail. I'd have to go out into the wild to show you that that's its tail. Because I'd have to pull up a picnic and let it roam around. And you would see that the front wheel flattens. And the back wheel is its tail. Why doesn't it stay like that all the time? Why do we get... Let's get off of this. Why do we get this ridiculous looking thing? I cannot believe that this even passed a quality design check. Like, this thing is just absolutely retarded looking. And unfortunately, because of the way this game works, we're just stuck with it. This is why, when I originally bought my game, I got Violet. Because I think Koraidon is just absolutely retarded looking. Koraidon looks a heck of a lot better. I know a lot of people don't like the robotic Pokemon, but I think they look great. I think the future Paradox Pokemon look a heck of a lot better than the past Paradox Pokemon. The past Paradox Pokemon just don't make any sense. They look ridiculous. Now, that's not saying that I think every single one of the future Pokemon look great. There are some there that do, I will admit, look kind of retarded. I think I've only got one currently. Yeah, I've only got this one. This one's alright. I don't mind it too much. Delibird, I don't know why they even made a future Delibird. Like, what decision could have led to them being like, hey, let's make a future Paradox Pokemon Delibird? What? Why Delibird? I'll never understand. I also don't understand why all of them are not steel types. I think the majority of them are, but I think there's like one or two that aren't. I don't remember which ones it is. Oh, that's another one. Why is Volcarona? Why does it have a past and a future Paradox? Like, I hate that Pokemon so much. It is the dumbest looking little moth fire thing ever. It's not even worth it. Now, it is probably one of the most popular fire types for tournament play. Why, I don't know, but it is, for whatever reason. If you know what's up with that, leave it down in the comments and I'll probably just ignore it. Because I really don't care. It's a stupid little bug. I do like Iron Valiant, though. Iron Valiant is really cool. I love Glade, and that's part of the reason why, is because how much I'm fond of Glade. Glade is an amazing Pokemon. It's probably one of my go-to catchers. So Pokemon that you dedicate to catching, and this is a combination of reasons. First off, it gets False Swipe. Yeah, get a drink real quick. I should probably go get my water bottle. And it does get False Swipe, which is amazing. It also gets Hypnosis, which Hypnosis is very useful in catching Pokemon, especially ones that are known to run very easily, which is absolutely amazing. And then on top of that, you also get, is it Trace, where depending on the personality type of your Gallade, there's a chance that it will match, the Pokemon that you're hunting will match its personality trait. So having a whole bunch of different Gallades with different personalities while you're out hunting Pokemon is amazing. I've never done it. I don't bother with it. I'd rather annoyingly be doing what I'm doing right now. Just constantly hatching eggs in order to get the personalities that I want. But, yeah, you can do that with Gallade. It's absolutely amazing. The other catchers that I've used Pancham in the past because Pancham also gets False Swipe. And definitely Sizer or Scyther, whichever one, because same thing, it gets False Swipe. Those three I've used as my catching Pokemons quite frequently. But I want to say here in recent years, it's pretty much only been Gallade that I use as a catcher. It's just too useful not to. Ever since I found out about the Hypnosis and False Swipe combo, I was like, oh yeah, that's perfect. Alright, no shiny yet. And we're almost down our second box already. I know it's going to take a lot longer, but I think from the last shiny till now, I think we're... So it takes like 20 boxes for us to hit the magic number as far as how many eggs attached for the Masudo method. Off the top of my head, I think the Masudo method's like 600 or 800 Pokemon hatched is the odds. We had already done this like 3 times, where we filled up to we filled up like a whole bunch of the boxes. I don't remember exactly how many, but we've done that twice. This is number 3. We've done it twice already, so we should be approaching our Vaporeon. We should be. Then once we have that, we'll move on to getting Sylveon. And I may, once I get the Vaporeon, I may go ahead and evolve the 3. So, Jolteon, Flareon, and Vaporeon. I may go ahead and do that once we get Vaporeon. So one of the things I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to stick around with this Magmar a little bit and kind of level them up. We'll worry about that at a later date, though. You know, there's another thing I wish they would do with these games. And that is, you get certain people that do, like, theme-based runs of games, of Pokemon games. Like, they go with a certain team. Like, you got, I'll bring up Mikey from M&J TV. One of the team themes that he does is Team Sky, which is basically just Pokemon that are flying types. There are a couple of exceptions, And that's simply because even though they don't have the flying type, it's clear that they fly. Like, I think a good chunk of the bugs that fly are considered flying types, even though they don't have the flying type. I'm not entirely sure on that. You'd have to check on that with M&J TV on Reddit and see where the list is that what is acceptable to be in Team Sky. But he does that, and you know, the games don't really. There is no such thing as Team Sky in the games, but there are specific trainer types in the game. So one of the things I wish they would do in some ways is if you're using a specific team type, the game recognizes it. So if I'm using an entire team of fire types, then the fire gym leader should recognize that and be like, oh, that's cool, you're using fire types too. And the grass trainer should recognize that and be like, oh man, you're using nothing but fire types? No wonder I didn't stand a chance. Certain things like that, like some cool niche interactions. They do that already. Like if you go to certain people with a certain Pokemon in your party, they will react to that Pokemon. I wish they would do more of that, and in a little bit bigger way. Like, for instance, Penny in this, she uses nothing but evolutions. It seems I'm going to do a playthrough of using nothing but evolutions. I wish she would react to that. Like, see the team and be like, oh, I've got one of those. Or something. And even in some past games, you'd come across places where they use specific types of Pokemon. Like, if you go to a fighting gym and you're using nothing but fighting Pokemon, maybe the gym master there would ask you to join them or something. Some kind of little niche thing like that. And the whole reason for that is it just adds world building to the game. Like Scarlet and Violet, in my opinion, just feels dead. It feels absolutely dead. Whereas many of the past games felt much more alive. And this is for multiple reasons. First and foremost is if you go to any one of these cities, in this game, hang on, before we go pull up the map, let's get our eggs for the next round of hatching. Okay, so in this city, this is a good example of it feeling dead. If you go around and you look, you'll notice that there's a lot more places for people to live than there are actual people here. There's a lot more buildings and space for people to live than there are people in this whole town. Like, it's incredible that there's so many buildings here, and this just feels empty. Like, it feels very, very empty. That there's hardly nobody here. Now, on the flip side of that, some of these outland, further out little small towns and villages, there's not enough buildings for how many people are in these areas. There really isn't. I don't remember what my favorite example of that is, but there's like one where there's like 2 buildings in the entire area, and yet there's like 50, 60 NPCs walking around it. And it's just like, now wait a minute, where are these people living? Even on these Team Star areas, it definitely feels like there's more people than there is living space. But then the whole rest of this world is devoid of any kind of life. Except for Pokemon. There's Pokemon everywhere. But even then, it's far and few between. Like, it doesn't feel as dense as it should. The game just feels... It just feels dead. To be perfectly honest. The game just feels empty and lifeless. Now, we do have more NPCs than we ever have. had in any other game. Like, I think in this city alone, there's more NPCs than there was total in, I think it was Red and Blue was the thing that was talked about, where there was so many more NPCs, but it also was a lot more dense in those games. This, like, there's nobody around me. Like, I've got this much space to run around here on this giant Pokemon without bumping into somebody. For a big city like this, that's ridiculous. Like, this place should be packed. I should not be able to run through here. Now, it's arguable that the Switch is not capable of handling that much going on. I'm not entirely sure because of how bad this game is with some of its aesthetics and things, and definitely its repeated textures. Like, this game's horrid with repeated textures. If you think some of the classic games are bad, this thing's got more power, and then we've got stuff like this. Like, that's ridiculous. There should not be one repeated texture in this. And then just look at the horrible... It baffles me that this game even got released in multiple ways. Like, it looks terrible once you actually start looking at it and realizing what you're seeing. Like, the terrain generation of this is probably the most ludicrous terrain generation I think I've ever seen in a game. I mean, even if you've managed to get out of bounds in some games, it doesn't look as bad as the normal playing field in Scarlet and Violet. Which I'm pretty sure in Destiny 2 I found an out-of-bounds area the other day. I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like I wasn't supposed to be where I was. I feel like I've accidentally gotten to the out-of-bounds area. And again, the terrain in the out-of-bounds area didn't look nearly as horrible as just the normal terrain here in Pokemon Scarlet. But these games are just so bad. It's hysterical. And I will say it, and I will stand on this hill, these games are the worst Pokemon games to date. Like, in terms of Tomb Raider, Scarlet and Violet is the Pokemon Company's Angel of Darkness. And if you know the Tomb Raider series, and you know what I mean by that. That game was so bad. It was so buggy. It was literally to the point of being unplayable. This game is playable. I have not found any of the glitches that people have talked about. Not once. Oh, there we go, last one. Oh! Oh! I didn't see this, male or female. Oh, it's male. There we go. There we go. We've got it. No, not that. X. I can't see it. I got my... We got a whole bunch more to go through. we may go ahead and do that with these guys. We still got a whole bunch of eggs to go through. Finally, we got one left. We got one left. So we got the one for Umbreon. We now have the one for Vaporeon. Yeah. We got one more to get. And we got a whole ton of eggs to get through. A whole ton of eggs. I don't think I can get rid of these either. So we're just gonna have to keep hatching them. We don't really need them at this point. Yes! We got one more. Actually, I said I was gonna do that. Let's just... Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna go ahead and do this. Getting confused on the box. I'm still not entirely sure if I want my fire type, my Flareon, to be Reinar. I don't use Flareon too often, so I couldn't think of a good name. Alright, here we go. We got plenty of fire stones. So we got our Flareon. And this is our Jolteon. And here is our Vaporeon. Yay! I was just thinking. Not mess this up. So we need to do one more thing. Okay, we can't do that. Oh, right, because we haven't. We need the fairy thing, but we don't have. I have fairy moves, but I don't have any that Eevee can learn. Yeah, you have another song. Nope. You got Everstone as well. Done with you guys. Yeah, that's my other Zex. Before I decided I wanted to do a shiny Vaporeon. So we got the main three. Now we just need to, well, we need to get rid of all these eggs. We gotta make space, so we gotta hatch all of these. God, I can't believe we finally got the Vaporeon. But we still got a bunch of eggs to hatch, and then we can move on to getting our Sylveon. The other thing we could potentially do is try and get our 2 day and night Pokemon friendship up, and then we'll worry about Sylveon after that. Because I need to get a fairy move onto that Eevee. That's just gonna make it much easier. Because the fairy move should breed over. Ooh. I know Baby Doll Eyes will, but is Charm an egg move? I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. I really don't. We'll worry about that later. Oh, one other thing to do. Alright. We're so close now. We just gotta get the Sylveon, and then we got to evolve those 3. We got the easy 3 evolutions out of the way. Technically, we got 2 more easy evolutions that we could do. The problem is getting the stones for them, because we need the Leaf Stone for Leafeon now, and the Ice Stone for Glaceon. Unfortunately, in order to get the Ice Stone, we have to be up here in this zone, which you absolutely have to have some of the movement increases from doing the Titans. You absolutely have to have those. And I think part of the reason is just to get there, you have to have those. Otherwise, there is no path to get to them that doesn't involve me being able to navigate the terrain in some kind of special way. So we absolutely have to do that. As far as the Leaf Stone, I think the Leaf Stone is... I think it's over here somewhere. Like in one of these zones. is where the leaf zone actually is, and we got the same problem there. We need the movement increases in order to get to those areas. Not to mention, we also have the problem of... No, go back. Okay, in order to progress this area... No, I was able to go here. Maybe it's this side. Somewhere we're actually blocked by one of the... We're actually blocked by one of the bully teams. Team Star. We're actually blocked by them from progressing. Maybe it is here. Maybe this is the one that we can't get through. Maybe the leaf stone's over here is what it was. And in order to get there, we have to get through this Team Star. Real quick, I've just got the urge to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. It just hit me out of nowhere. Just then. Literally just came out of nowhere. Yeah, it's funny is I had posted a comment earlier about how have been getting a lot of VTuber follows as of late, and guess what? It's got 3 more follows from VTubers. Getting so many of those. It is actually ridiculous that I've been getting so many. And then the thing is, here I am again looking at my Twitch stuff, and I've got no viewers. It always has just the 1 viewer listed. That's it. I'm assuming that is myself as I'm watching for chat. I don't actually know because nobody's saying anything. I don't know if there's somebody there or not. Now, I know if I go and I check, I've got a lot of bots that are like lurking, which I'm perfectly fine with people lurking. I have no problem with that. I've done it myself. Like, I'm sitting there listening to somebody as I play a game just so I've got something to hear. Somebody's voice. It'd be more interesting to have somebody to talk to. Which is why I made that comment earlier that I'd love to be a part of some kind of community that's doing stuff together. Unfortunately, I am not. And I don't think we're ever going to get to that point either. I know it's an hour and like almost an hour and 30 minutes. It says an hour and 27. But nobody watches this stuff anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. Because, you know, I don't have any care. The thing with my channels and my YouTube followers and my Twitch followers, I feel like it is more likely that I will end up committing suicide before my channels grow to the point of being self-sustaining. I really feel like it's more likely to happen. Especially considering that, like I was saying, it's really weird that there's 8 billion people on the planet and people are doing basically nothing to generate views. And here I have, I've literally, like, not right now, not in this particular stream, I've just kind of, like, said to heck with it. I wanted to get some assets made for my Twitch channel, and I just haven't done it. Mostly because I'm not really sure how to implement it. I've got the stuff to do it now. I'm still not exactly sure on how to implement some of the stuff. Like, I didn't use my now streaming or getting ready to stream, like, 5-minute countdown thing. I didn't use that. I didn't use any of the art that I made for this. It's become self-evident over the years that I've been doing this that we're not getting anywhere. Like, this is a complete dead end. Even though I was led to believe that this was the next big step for me. But it's literally going nowhere. I literally think that it is more likely, I know people don't like that hearing that, and I'm not making light of it. I'm just saying that it's more likely I would end up committing suicide than I would make it on YouTube or Twitch. It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. I could probably spend another 6 years working on this, and the amount of growth that I've seen in 3 years is still just basically nothing. And I know a lot of people talk about, well, you gotta do certain things to get noticed and everything, but this is, it's not really the domino effect. It's more like, what I've seen is that it's more like the I've completely lost the name of it. The exponential growth. So at first, growth seems really slow because, people aren't really discovering you. And then once a few people discover you, and by word of mouth, they tell other people. So it becomes the whole thing of, excuse me, I'm biting off a sneeze. It becomes the whole one person tells two people, and then from that point on, every one person tells two people. So one person tells two, then two people, that becomes four. Four people becomes eight. Eight people becomes 16. 16 becomes 32. And after that, you just start seeing exponential growth. It keeps doubling every time it expands. That is not what I've been seeing happen. Here on Twitch, I haven't grown in 6 years. I am still at the same point I was 6 years ago on Twitch. Over on YouTube, you can see right above that I've got my subscriber count. We're at 64. But after 3 years, that we haven't exceeded 100. I was surprised that we got past 50, let alone whether or not we're going to get past 100. I just don't see it happening at this point. And that's probably kind of evident because I have slowed down on even attempting to make videos. Like, I haven't really been on my Minecraft in a while. I have been doing streams, but it's kind of like both ends are not doing anything. I know Pirate Software was talking about having a set schedule so that people can find you. That has been kind of a problem, I will admit. But that's because of different jobs I've worked requiring retarded different hours, and that also is negatively impacted by my living circumstance. So having a set schedule is kind of... It kind of has not been possible. It is sort of possible right now, sort of. I just cannot do the things that I need to without attracting unwanted attention. I mean, this is something that I've got to work towards, and I'm attracting the type of attention that means that I cannot work towards it. And then you got the whole debacle that happened like 2-3 months ago, which I really don't care. I feel like people, especially in the US, we should be free to speak out without negative impact, and that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening at all. Regardless of right or wrong, you're not allowed to. And there's more to it than that on that, but we're not going to really talk about that. There were some other things that happened there that were problematic. And mostly I said more than I should have, thinking that I wasn't saying that much. Because I sat there and I thought about it, I was like, what I'm describing isn't a huge problem. It isn't that big of a deal. I just got a text message, I'm trying to look. Oh. That's not really for me. That's a family text message. What did you send anyway? Now I'm curious. I see that it's a family text message, but it's like custom seats or something. Oh yeah, it's custom seats for their motorcycles. They've gotten heavily into biking. And I don't mean biking like, I don't mean biking as in like mountain biking or anything. I mean like motorcycles. Which is not even correct to say it that way because my brother owns a motorcycle. My parents own scooters, and they think they're bikers. They're not. I think what's happening right now is this is the second or third time that my mother has gone into what is known as a midlife crisis. So, interesting tidbit on that. I found out that we typically think of midlife crises happening in people's 40s and 50s, when the reality is that people are actually dying in their like 60s and 70s. So midlife is actually in your 30s nowadays. I think the average across the world is that a midlife crisis should happen at about 35. Wait, I'm running around with no eggs. Genius. And I feel like I'm way past that. I think like it doesn't matter if I go out and try to do something or not now. I know one thing that I'm not going to do is I'm not going to get into this whole motorcycle thing like they are, for a couple reasons. One, I don't have a job anymore. We've talked about this a few times, and we've talked about how I have been looking for a new job and how I'm not really finding anything because I live in the middle of frickin' nowhere as far as work is concerned, unless you want to be a factory worker or a nurse. And I am sick and tired of working in factories. I've had enough of it. And I'm not a nurse. But if you're a nurse, you got it made here. They've got so many job listings for nurse in this area. As far as anything else is concerned, well, there's nothing here. I love hearing in various places how the area where I live is like up and coming and it's developing and it's great. Business is booming and their businesses are moving. No, they're not. No, factories are moving in this area. The only frickin' thing you can find around here is a frickin' factory. I've got no options in this town whatsoever. There's nothing here. And before you say, well, move out, well, guess what? You kind of have to have money in order to do that. And I don't really have that. Now, the only other thing that we do have is Little Hollywood is only a couple hours drive from here. If even that. I'm not exactly sure where it is. But it should be no more than 2-hour drive from where I live. I have thought about several times just driving over to Little Hollywood and see what happens. And I do have contact with a celebrity, even though I don't think he's a celebrity. I think he's a poser. Like, looking around at his stuff, he's been in one movie that has had any kind of importance. And it's a movie that I'm just kind of like, well, I've heard of it. That's about it. I don't care about it. And after that, nothing. He's been in nothing. So, yeah. He tries to act big and everything, and it's hysterical to me. This guy thinks he's a big deal and he's not. It is absolutely hysterical. Now, if people are still watching this and they're like, well, you act like you're a big deal. There's a difference there. And the difference is that I don't walk the red carpet acting like a big shot when I haven't been in anything that is even slightly meaningful. This dude gets to walk the big red carpet for no flipping reason other than he's been in one movie. Like, I looked him up and I tried to find any kind of important thing on him. So he's been in one movie that maybe you've heard of. The only reason I've heard about it is because I looked into him. And I'm like, yeah, I seem to remember I remember seeing the posters for it when it came out, but I never thought anything of it. It was kind of like whoop-de-doo. And he's acting like it's a big movie and he's this big, huge star. And he was posting like a get-together of the actors from that movie. One of them was Shia LaBeouf, who is 50,000 times bigger of a star than he is. And I was just like, wow, this dude. Like, if you think I'm arrogant, like, I don't even compare to this supposed movie star that has contacted me. I don't even compare to this dude. Like, it's hysterical. And he's also a streamer and YouTuber. Though, looking at his stuff, he streams once a month. He uploads a video once a month. If even that. I think the last time, when I looked at his YouTube, I think the last time he uploaded a video was like 3 months ago. He has, but this is one of those things where I call him BS on the world around me. He had like, what was it, like 25 videos and over 1 million followers. And most of his videos had over 250,000 views. And I was sitting there going, what? How? Like, this doesn't even add up. It doesn't make a lick of sense. And his content just started annoying me almost immediately. Like, I was trying to watch him and just the way he was talking with, the stuff says that it's his sister. I'm not entirely, I think it's more like they are such close friends that they treat each other like brother and sister. I don't know that they are actually brother and sister. But, the way that those two were talking, I was like, why is this dude even contacting me? Like, what the heck? I do not care about you or the way you talk at all. And you've got 1 million followers? Like, come on. Like, this dude's a piece of garbage. It was hysterical. And again, if you're still watching this on YouTube later and you're annoyed with anything I've been saying, just remember that I've got nobody to talk to in chat. So I'm just talking off the top of my head about whatever pops in, like whatever train of thought I go to. So yeah, some things that I probably shouldn't say come up. Some people that I probably shouldn't talk about come up. But whoop-de-doo. I'm just talking off the top of my head to be talking and trying to be entertaining. As far as what I talk about, I'm going to talk about whatever comes to mind. I mean, honestly, try to imagine sitting for 2, 3, 4 hours that you're supposed to be talking to somebody and there's really nobody. It effectively becomes like you're talking to yourself for hours upon hours. So a lot of the things that come off the top of your head are probably things that you wouldn't normally talk about. There are some subjects that I am trying to avoid too. And there's others that I wouldn't avoid normally. Like, one of my channel rules is no religion and no politics. Well, unfortunately, we have talked about politics quite a bit. Or I have. And I try to avoid that, but I think my stances on things are pretty clear. And again, because I have the channel rule that we are not going to talk about, I am going to limit it to that. We are not going to talk about that. although it is a talking point. I honestly get so freaking sick of hearing politics here. Because my family just talks about politics non-stop. And then they don't do a damn thing about it. Not a damn thing. And that's one of the reasons why I really get sick of it. You know, we were talking about the textures earlier, and I just want to, like, reiterate how lazy the textures are in this. Like, you can clearly see that where they just cut the texture here to fit a circular pattern, instead of making a texture that fits inside of a circular pattern. Like, this is ridiculous. This is laziness here. Like, these textures suck. It's not just the fact that they constantly repeat the same texture over and over again. It's the fact that they don't even bother making textures that fit into what they need. They just cut the textures to... They cut out a portion of the texture and put it in what they need, instead of making the texture fit what they need. I'm trying to think of how to explain that. Like, imagine... The best way I can imagine is imagine... The best way I can imagine is to imagine... The best way I can describe it is to imagine that you've given your kid, your child, a piece of paper and crayons and told them to go wild. And they do, they go wild. And then now, you're complaining at them that it doesn't fit an outline that you're putting over the top of it. That is effectively what they've done here. They have made this texture and then put it into the shape. Instead of making the texture for the shape, they just put the texture into the shape. Does that make sense? Like, you've filled in the lines without the lines ever being there. And that's why the textures in this just look so horrid. It's because they didn't actually... It's so bad. I know we mentioned it earlier, but I can't... And once you see it, you won't be able to unsee all the ridiculousness of them and what they've done. Like, here's a good example down here. They just wrapped it around these areas, and in some places, like right here, it doesn't even line up properly. You see that? And then, on top of that, there's a seam right there. And the Pokemon company is like a AAA company making high quality stuff. No, this isn't high quality. This is stuff that I would have seen in like a pre-course in graphic design and in art. Like, this would be something like straight out of a high schooler would have done. Not that I can say much. I sent off that comment to Pirate Software, where years ago I was doing art with the hopes of getting into game development and being a concept artist. Well, there's two problems with that. First problem was that I gave up. I just gave up. Now, yes, you should never give up. If you're going to chase something, don't give up. The main problem there was that there is nothing around where I live that would even help me get to that point. And what I mean by that is there are no companies around here that would need somebody of that kind of skill level. Again, I would have to go somewhere else. And the problem with that is you always need the money to do that. Well, didn't have that. And the final problem was my actual art style. My art style, after 10 years, never really matured. It stayed at this certain level. It never went beyond that. So eventually I was just like, this isn't working. Um, as much as I want to do this, as much as this is a thing I've been chasing for so long, my art is never going to be, it's never going to get to the point of being noticed. It's just not evolving. It's not changing. It's staying the same, no matter what I do, no matter what style I try to do it in. It just never gets better. It's just stuck at a certain level. And eventually that just kind of led to what I said initially, where I just ended up giving up. Because like after 10 years, my art style is still pretty much the same. It has not evolved, it has not changed. And that was almost 10 years ago that I finally said to hell with it. You know, it's kind of funny too, because the dean of the college that I was going to actually kind of called, well, I don't think it was dean, but yeah, they kind of called me out on that too. And they were 100% right. The other problems with that is kind of like with the YouTube, is I've got the opposite. Like most people that make it on YouTube and make it on Twitch, they have people supporting them behind the scenes, whether that be encouraging them to continue on, financial support, whatever it is. They had support behind the scenes. I never have had support. I've had the exact opposite of support, and them thinking that they're giving me support. They're not. They've been doing the exact opposite my entire life. They haven't been helping, they've been hindering. And that's part of the reason why I hate the whole motorcycle thing that they're getting into. And that was earlier this year. That really pissed me off. So, let's get some fresh eggs. I just thought about it. I was like, we haven't had an egg hatch in a while. So, about a little over a year ago, I got. Let's just be frank, because it's not like anybody ever watches my content anyway. A little over a year ago, I got completely and utterly bitched out over money. Over money. That's pretty standard. That's usually if people are bitching at each other, it's about money. But I got bitched out over money and how they refused to help me, and how I needed to work again. Now, yes, work is important, but I was working towards a goal that they stopped supporting me in any kind of way. There was no talk about, you know, how's it going, how are you doing, you making videos, you're making stuff, right? It was more bitching about me being on my computer, about doing stuff like what I'm doing right now, just constantly bitching about it. And anyway, so, you know, that happened, and I ended up working at my least favorite job that I recently got fired from. But earlier this year, they went off and spent thousands of dollars on motorized bicycles. Not motorcycles, motorized bicycles. Okay, that was frustrating to me. Why would you do that? You spend $2,000 after telling me you didn't have money to help me. Okay, So let's flash forward a little bit till about April, I think is what they said they bought these scooters. These scooters are not cheap. These scooters are like $5,000 a piece. And that's just a scooter. That's not any of the other bells and whistles that come with it. Like their helmets. They got new helmets. They got helmets with the scooters initially. I don't know how much those cost. But then they got new helmets that were $500 each. So they spent over $5,500 on these scooters. You got to be kidding me. Instead of helping me chase a dream, y'all bitched me out over this and then spent a shit ton of money on things. And this is what I have to work with. I don't have the support of other streamers and content creators. I don't. I simply don't. I've got the exact opposite. And then not to mention, like I said, it feels like everything is fake anyway, because with 8 billion people on the planet, and I'm barely scratching the surface of any of this, and other people could spend 10 minutes on something, and they're like rich, filthy rich. Just like, come on. Everything I've done, all the work I've put in, and I get nowhere. And then I get bitched at that I'm not doing it, or I'm not doing enough, or I'm not doing what people want me to do. It's like I'm being pushed into a certain direction. I'm like, I've had enough. I'm done. It's kind of like this. Like, this is... We finally got our second shiny Eevee. Technically, that is our third, but like I said, the one is female, so... And it's been... I made that announcement that I wanted to do this Eevee evolution run, like, months ago. And we just now got our second one. It's almost like the odds are being controlled by somebody else. And I've noticed a lot of weirdness with things not matching what is supposed to happen or anything. It was like, I was talking about the odds with somebody, and they were like, no, the odds are 50%. You just don't have a big enough sample size. I'm like, I don't care how big your sample size is. The odds are never going to even out to 50%. The odds are never going to even out to what they think. Doesn't matter how big the sample size is. There is such a thing as people having more luck than others. I think it was Neil deGrasse in one of his short videos was saying, have 100 people flip a coin 10 times, and each time, anytime somebody flips tails, they sit out. They're out, and you will always have one person that has consecutively flipped heads 10 times. No. I don't see that as actually possible. Because it's either not going to be anyone that makes it, or you're going to have more than just one. It's never going to be just one. And he says it doesn't matter how many times you can do this, it's always just one person. No. It's either going to be none, or you're going to have more than one. It's not always going to be just one. That is absolutely asinine that he even said that. It's like saying that somebody has a 100% win rate. No. Hey, even if you got to the point where the amount of wins a person had outweighs the losses they had, there are going to be those losses, and it's never going to be 100%. It'll never be 100% because they did have losses. You're never going to get 100% of the time one person flipping 10 times in a row. It's never going to be one person every single time. It's not possible. That goes against the odds. That goes against its statistics. It's either going to be nobody or you're going to have more than one. Now, in some cases like that, it could be the same person. And that proves my point of, like, some people are just luckier than others. It's not very likely, but it is possible. I used to use my example of Call of Duty with how it's not that I wasn't good at the game, it was that I just had such shitty luck. One of my favorite examples of that was, I was telling the guys about this because they didn't believe me on this. I was like, we're running through this one particular map, and I went down the center area. Now, obviously, people are going to know if somebody's more than likely in the center of the map. But what you see happen on camera is dude just blindly throws Syntax over the buildings into the center area. And what you see happen is the Syntax comes down and sticks to my head. Okay, first off, that's unlucky that it sticks to my head. That's very unlucky. However, the really bad luck part of that comes in when you paid attention to the video and you see that there's a second Semtex from the other side of the buildings hit me on the other side of the head. So really I was killed by two people. Both of them just happened to stick me on the head. Both of them. That was one of my favorite examples of just how cursed my luck is. Another good one I was reminded of recently. If you remember the old Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic on Xbox, the original one. Well, not the original Xbox, but the original game. I think that was the... I think that was 3... No. I think that was 360. It may have been 360, I don't remember. Or it was just the original Xbox. But effectively what happened, and my friend was sitting there watching this, I made a character specifically a Dex monkey. So a lot of points in Dex, my melee attack should land regardless. I should always land. And effectively what happens when I start playing is all you see is that my character just continuously misses all of the hits. It was just miss. Every single one of my attacks just kept missing. Even using some of the abilities like a flourish or a double attack or something, it was just miss after miss after miss. And this character was set up to do nothing but melee damage. Literally no points in anything else. It was just melee all the way. And I still was rolling so bad that I was missing the targets. And it got a lot worse too. Like, I used to complain about how the Xbox was a horrible console, and then was later proven right. And what essentially happened in this one instance is I made a character. I got all the way to the point where you're just about done with the first world that you're on, and you're headed to go become a Jedi. The Xbox froze on me. It froze and shut down. Okay, so I started to back up, started another character, almost exactly the same, and the system, I didn't even get off the ship. The opening sequence in that game is you are getting attacked by the Sith on a ship. You wake up, you go and you deal with that, and you rescue one of the characters, and then you go down the planet. I did not even get off the ship before the game crashed. And I turned, I looked at my friend who was the owner of that Xbox, and he was just like, what the heck? It's crashed on you twice now. Never crashed on him. He had saved data at the end of the game. And here I was trying to get my save data, and the game crashed on me twice. So I go in to do it a third time and start a character. I didn't even make it out of the first fight, and the game crashed. Now, here's the fun part. The game didn't completely crash. It crashed to the point where I couldn't play the character anymore, but then it reset itself and brought me up right after becoming a Jedi. Like, it skipped the first 2 hours of gameplay and brought me up to where you are now a Jedi. And I had all of the experience points and all of the levels from the previous 2 hours. And I'm just sitting there looking at it, and he's just like, what the hell just happened? So I got to dump everything into being a Jedi, whereas up to that point, you are kind of forced to play whatever class that you start off with. So if you're playing like a scoundrel, you have to play a scoundrel. If you're playing a soldier, you have to play the soldier. And then you have to put points into those classes. Well, the game skipped all of that, and I had all those points that instead of putting into your starting class, I could actually then take all that and put it into the Jedi class. Wow. Which was just absolutely ridiculous. I've never seen a game glitch that hard before. And this was in a game that was supposedly the most stable game at the time. And that's another good example of this reality, just something's not right. Excuse me. It just kind of reiterates that by me looking at my viewers, and still 2 hours in, we haven't had a single person drop by and say hello. 2 hours. And we're playing one of the most popular video game franchises in the entire world. Let me restate that. We are playing one of the most popular video game series in the entire world. And we have had 0 viewers for the last 2 hours. You cannot make this stuff up. Even when I'm doing Minecraft stuff, I have nobody come in. And to prove that point, I would say we're going to do Minecraft tomorrow, but tomorrow is one of those days that is up in the air on whether or not I'm going to be able to stream or not. As of right now, I don't think I will be able to. I haven't heard if I will be able to. But we're over 2 hours. I do need to go fill up my water bottle. And then I need to go and take the puppies outside for a pee break. So, now we've got this hatched. We're going to continue on hatching all of these guys. We got a long way to go on this. We already have what we need. We got to get rid of the eggs. Let's just do this real quick. Alright. So, we are just going to go ahead. We're going to take a small little break here. I am going to leave this up and running because unlike Destiny, I don't have to worry about game closing out or anything. It will probably get dark at some point. I'm not too concerned with that. I don't have a break screen set up for Pokemon. I should probably get on that. In fact, I don't have break screens set up for a majority of things. I've only got the one image, but it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I'm going to take a small break and go take the dogs out and get some more water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. It's like, what, 16 minutes? It's not bad. I mean, you gotta have breaks every now and then. And I got one little puppy dog up here. Got Nemo, or Moki. Yeah, I wrapped in skin. So if you're new around here and you don't know, we have 5 Shih Tzus. Moki is the mother of 2 of them. Yep. Yep. Okay. So, just had a little bit of a snack. That's why I got quiet there. I was chewing. Luckily, the new settings that I have for the microphone means that I can chew without you guys hearing it. At least I hope so. I didn't see the indicator for the mic go anywhere, so hopefully that was... You didn't hear me munching. I know in the past, I had to turn off the mic with... I don't know what's going on with my setup, but the on-off switch on the mic itself doesn't do anything all of a sudden. Now, I'm not really sure why that is, and I also think that maybe if I plug in something else, it would potentially change that, but it's not turning off the mic like it should. And that's on the cable itself. It should disconnect the wiring completely, from what I understand. That's how this actually works. It just disconnects it. But somehow the signal is still going through the wire, so I don't know if the headphone jack itself is messed up or what. I really hope not, because this is an expensive headset. And without a job, I can't really replace it. I do have another one, it's like right over here. That's the one that I bought for my Switch. So I bought, it's so funny, I've got, the controller I'm using is from one of the Zelda games. I think this is Wind Waker, I'm not sure. Wind Waker? Not Wind Waker. Breath of the Wild. Okay. And then I've got another one sitting over there that is still in the box, more for a keepsake display. Actually, I've got two of them over there. Except for the case is not in the one because I use the case for it's a case for a Switch Lite, and I have a Switch Lite, so I was like, well, I'll just use that. It's not my regular Switch. The Switch that I'm playing on right now is a regular one. I do have a Switch Lite that is the special edition Sword and Shield Switch. So I have that one. That case just happens to be a Switch Lite case, so I used it when we went on vacation. That meant that I had to open it, so that's probably not going to be worth anything one day, because it was opened, it was used. The controller is still in the box, but... So I have 3 controllers that are all Zelda related. I don't own a single one of the Zelda games for the Switch. I like Zelda, I'm really a big fan of it. I do not play the games. Because some of the games are really fun, others are just not interesting to me at all. Zelda, as far as storyline, the storylines of the Zelda games have been kind of bland. They're the same story all the time. Every single one of them is exactly the same. It's just the mechanics of how you get from point A to point B are different. The only one that is not the exact same story is actually Majora's Mask. It's the only one that has nothing to do with the actual story arc of the Zelda games. It's the only one. Some of them do have different final bosses, but the overall arcing story is always the same. It's Link versus the Demon King, which is Ganon, in one of his various forms, or it's somebody is trying to release Ganon, which was the case of Twilight Princess. They were trying to release Ganon. So, the story never really changes in all of those. The gameplay does, but not the story. So I haven't really played many of them. I played Ocarina. That was my first Zelda game. Simply because it was the first time that I actually bought a game for myself, I think. I'm not really sure. I know part of the reason why I haven't played some of the older Zelda games, like the old NES ones, is because we didn't have the money growing up to afford games. And my parents talk about it all the time. They constantly regret even just buying a game. Though the biggest problem is my father. My father's a giant asshole about it. Like I said earlier, that was my pursuit as far as college. And I always got lip from him. He claims that he never did, but he always did. So he constantly is feeding me bullshit about the past. I can't stand it. Has there always been water puddles? I feel like there has. That's the first time I've noticed that. We're running around without eggs again. But yeah, that's a giant bullshit. Like he was trying to tell me a while back that he never once said that I shouldn't pursue something. And he did multiple times. He actually told me that I should pursue what he does. And at the time, that was computer repair. He was like, everybody's going to need a repairman. Well, guess what? Technology has gone to throwaway. So his job field has shrank dramatically. And in fact, the pay for what he does has shrank dramatically because it's not a needed career field anymore. It would have been fine if he had, like, expanded on that and possibly gotten into some other field, but he didn't. And at the time, he was constantly chastising me about wanting to get into game development and doing game art. And now look, computer repair is a dying art, and now the game industry is worth billions. An industry that he hated and thought I shouldn't bother with is now worth billions. So I really wonder if you imagine, like, 20 years ago, if he had supported me on that, where I'd be at today. I'd probably be in the same boat that Pirate Software is, but I'm not. I am not. And it's like I keep saying, I just didn't have the support. Now, I know what some people are going to be saying. Well, you didn't work hard enough at it. You should have worked harder. You could have met your dream. And you're right. I'm not going to deny that you are right. But the problem has been that I didn't have a way to do it. And it's always been the stress of trying to do things while also being bitched at by others. I have literally been trapped by my own family for my entire life. Never really able to grow. And anytime I try to move in a direction I want to go, all I'm met with is resistance by them. Like, even this whole pursuing of YouTube was met with major resistance. They didn't understand that it is a 24/7 process. Like, I have to be constantly working at stuff, constantly working at stuff, I gotta be constantly working at whatever, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they would bitch and complain about me being on my computer anytime they were off work and home. And I'm like, I've got to be working on this stuff. I gotta be making art assets, I've gotta be producing content, and I've gotta be doing this. I've gotta be streaming as much as possible. But they didn't like that. So they wouldn't help me and bitched at me anytime I tried to do something like this. Which is why tomorrow I'm not entirely sure if I'll be able to stream or do anything. Because occasionally my family, I actually never know from day to day. So my father's job is one of those where if he doesn't have anything to do, he is most likely going to be at home, working from home. My mom has the option of working from home. And I know this sounds ridiculous for somebody my age, but this is where life has brought me. This is where the crap shoot of a life has brought me. My mom occasionally has the option to work from home. And the problem there is I can't be up here on my computer doing what I need to, regardless of the reason. Even if I were filling out applications right now, she would not like it. Obviously, we're not doing it right now. But the problem is that she wouldn't like it, period. And I'm like, well, how am I supposed to do this if you don't want me up here on my computer? How am I supposed to make content and pursue YouTube if you don't want me up here on my computer? I have to be on it to do that. For as much as I get badmouthed by them on a daily basis, and the confusing, like, back and forth nonsense of opinions being in two very different directions. So, and what I mean by that is, my father is constantly saying, like, I'm too stupid to act as smart as I am. Like, he legitimately thinks I'm a retard. There's no doubt in my mind that my asshole father thinks that I'm a retard. On the opposite side, my mom is completely and utterly convinced that I am a genius. So I've got two very dynamically opposing opinions about my own personality. And there are, if you've ever heard the argument that between that on any kind of given subject with two different opinions, the truth is somewhere in the middle. And the truth is on that there are some things that, yes, I don't know jack, and I am a complete idiot. I don't know anything about electronic circuits. I don't know anything about that. It's not something I've ever really had to do. Now, reading those schematics and everything and being able to follow a flow chart of where electrical circuits go, I've had to do that. So that's very simple and very easy to understand once you know what some of the symbols mean. Now, I haven't used that knowledge in a little while, so don't be posting comments on YouTube being like, well, what about this, because I'm not going to know. If I'm looking at a diagram, yeah, I'd be able to figure out some things. I'm not going to be the smartest person on it. And the same goes for a lot of other things. But, in general, and this is one of the things that I talked about in my one video where I'm talking about where my arrogance came from. Being able to understand and figure out things, like my ability to comprehend what it is I'm looking at, is honestly, it's on a level that I have not met anybody that is on my level of being able to understand things. And I said that in that video. If you want to see me talk about how arrogant I am, to get like a context for it, go watch that video. But there is this level of understanding and being able to learn that I haven't seen in anybody else. I've not met anybody like me that can learn stuff as quickly as I can. Now, let's get something straight. What I'm talking about there doesn't mean that in 24 hours I can become a master at something. No. It means in 24 hours I can pick up enough of it that I can fake it, basically. That's the best way I can put it. And if you give me like a couple years to learn something, well, yeah, then I probably am a master at that point. But, you know, that's just how life has been for me. I've had to learn things really quickly and move on and adapt. That has been what I've had to do my entire life for various reasons. Either because I've moved, because I've changed jobs, or because I've had to learn a new skill for whatever reason. It's always been that way. And I think the gaming is actually part of it, because then you have to learn and pick up how to play a new game. And it's not just the game too, it's also the controls. Because the controls are not always the same. That's one of the things, because my family is so anti-games, they probably don't even realize that there's a stark difference between how you do things in any other game. Like, you cannot play a Call of Duty game the same way you would play Pokemon, for instance. So those are skills that you have to develop, and I think because of that, my ability to learn and adapt has been amplified to a ridiculous degree. Like, absolutely ridiculous. I'm not going to deny that my ability to learn is just, it's on another level. But that goes back into what I was saying earlier about having support and help on that stuff. I've got no support, I've got no help. All I've got around me is nothing but assholes who think I'm incompetent. Or who think that they know more than I do. Which in some cases is right. I'm not saying it's wrong. especially with that former job, but there's a perspective that I see that nobody else does, and an understanding. Like, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, I know we're not going to talk about the things that I said or did, but what I want to say to any of those people, first off, shut up, because I don't care about what happened or what I talked about. What I hope happens is that somebody realizes that, hey, he's right, we need to change some things. Because there were certain things that I talked about there that got brought up in the conversation I had with my former employer. And we didn't really go over it that much, but there were some problems that they were like, well, why don't you bring this up the chain? And because I've worked at so many different jobs and seen how their different chains work, I was like, it's pointless. Nobody ever listens to somebody on the bottom. Nobody ever does. Like, I don't even know if the I guess plant manager, I don't even know if the plant manager saw or heard about what happened. But there was a lot that happened with that incident. And I own it. It was my fault. I made a stupid choice. Whatever. Let's just leave it at that and we'll be done with it. I don't want to hear any of the assholes whining about it. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not a robot. I'm not gonna bend to your damn will. And if you don't want to listen to me, fine. I'll bring it up somewhere that maybe somebody will hear it, regardless of the outcome. But I'm tired of being a company's bitch, basically. There's reasons why major accidents happen, and what you end up. A lot of this stuff that I've looked at, especially with aircraft maintenance, because that was something that got brought up, was my history with aircraft maintenance. There's a reason I'm not doing aircraft maintenance. Anyway, a lot of the things that I was looking up in that, it was not the low-level person that initially caused the problem. It was somebody higher up that caused the problem and caused a major accident that killed a lot of people. It wasn't the low-level person, even though the low-level person should have done what I've done quite often and called BS and refused to do stuff. You know, the whole see something, say something. That's not what happened at my former job. That was actually a couple of jobs ago where I did speak up and ended up getting fired over that. But a lot of those major accidents weren't because of some low-level person. It was because of somebody higher up signing off on a stupid process or telling them to hurry up or to skip steps in order to hurry up, to meet deadlines. It's always, most of that stuff has always been the fault of some higher up person, somebody higher on the totem pole. Now, that doesn't excuse the people on the lower from not doing what they're supposed to and calling BS, but you know, I had a train of thought that was leading to it. I don't even remember what it was. It had to do with calling companies out on their bullshit. It's like, what was it? Was it Valorant? I was playing something, I think it was like Valorant or something, and I decided that, you know, I wanted to show support in a video game for Donald Trump, for the Trump campaign. So I wanted to name a clan or something MAGA, and it was blocked. It was a banned term in this video game. It was a banned term in a video game. Okay, this is the same thing as hypocritical Hollywood elites and YouTubers have no business in determining what is and isn't acceptable. They have no business in that. No video game should ever ban you from being able to use the term MAGA. And I absolutely hated that. I was like, why? Why do you have this blocked? That literally makes no sense when you've got people running around. You got characters in your game that are LGBT. I mean, even this Pokemon game is very, very disturbing in some of that stuff. I know we weren't going to mention politics, and here we are. We're talking about politics. We finally made it there because I'm out of things to talk about. Yeah, so we're gonna cut it there. I don't know what else to talk about at this point. Oh, you know what? We're running around without a skin. I mean, the only other thing I could think about is talking about like my plushie collection of Pokemon. I have a whole bunch of plushies. Unfortunately, a good chunk of them are in storage. I need to get those out of storage. I really need a big place where I can have a studio and set up all my pop culture figures and all of my plushies and everything, so I have a proper background for when I am using my camera. I need space to effectively be a streamer and a YouTuber. I need somewhere where I can do this stuff uninterrupted. Like, obviously today, I'm going to have to stop at some point because then, family's probably going to be coming home. I never know when my father is actually going to be coming back home, and so I have to stop for when he comes home. And then on days like Wednesday, like tomorrow, where my mom usually works from home, I'm too old for this crap. I'm tired of being here. I am tired of a lot of the crap in the world around me. So, I need my own space so that I can do what I gotta do. Instead of always being told, well, you can't do it that way for whatever reason. Or you can't do it because we said so. Or, I'm sorry, this is not freedom. I feel like I am chained up, being forced to do what everybody else wants. Which is why I want to do this whole EV evolution thing. Now, that's one thing. Why are we back in this today after we've been streaming nothing but Destiny 2 here lately? So, Tuesdays, for whatever reason, is kind of a universal, if it's an MMO, if it's played online, and you're connecting to a server, Tuesdays are the universal reset day. World of Warcraft used to do that. Every Tuesday, the servers would go down for X amount of time, and then come back up sometime later. And I believe Anarchy used to do that. I don't remember the actual name of that one. It was an RPG set in the far future that instead of magic, they had like nanobots. I used to play that game, and their daily reset was, or their weekly reset was on Tuesday. And Bungie's Destiny 2, their weekly reset is on Tuesday. So, here we are, it's Tuesday. We're not going to deal with resets, we are going to be here hatching Aid. So I think as part of my trying to get to a schedule as far as like when I'm streaming and when I'm doing stuff, I think Tuesdays are going to be my Pokemon day, right? We're just going to be, we're going to hook up something Pokemon and we're going to play. For now, that's going to be Pokemon Scarlet, while we are trying to get this EV evolution run of the game going. And we're so close now. We just need one more shiny. We need to get the modest shiny for Sylveon. Obviously, right now we are hatching a whole bunch of eggs. These are not modest. All of these are bold because we were doing this for the uh, for the for the bold Vaporeon. So we got to get rid of these eggs. We got to clear our boxes so that we can hatch a whole, or so that we can get a whole bunch of uh, modest EV eggs. So that'll be the next order of business. Is once we get all these hatched, then we got to go and breed a whole bunch of modest EVs, and hopefully we'll get our shiny, and then we'll be able to finally start this this playthrough of Team Eevee. But, so that leaves one more. Nope, that was the last one. And her. Ooh, God. Hang on. What? Okay. Yeah, that's better. So part of the playthrough of this is part of the challenge of the playthrough is we are only allowed to use EV evolutions. So that means we are limited to types, and seeing as EV evolutions are not dual types, we got a little bit of a problem because there's a few spots that we have that we can't do anything about. There's only one elemental type that we cannot cover. There's only one in the entire game, in the entire franchise, that we have no way of covering. As far as having an advantage and damage types. And I don't remember what that was. I remember I went over it a while back, and there was literally only one type that we got no coverage for. And I was like, actually, that doesn't bother me. Because it's not even that good of a type anyway. I think it was like bug or something. I don't remember what it was. There was literally only one that we will not have any coverage for. Yeah, so we can go over them. We got, first off, we got fire. So fire is going to cover steel, it's going to cover ice, and it's also going to cover grass. Grass is the most important one because grass is the most common Pokemon type that you will run into. Then we got electric. Electric is only going to cover water and flying types for us. That is pretty much the only two it's going to cover. But electric is probably my favorite type in the game, even though fire is arguably my favorite. Then we got water. Water is going to cover fire, rock, ground, fire, rock, and ground for us. That's pretty much the only ones that's going to cover for us. And then Umbreon is going to let us cover psychic and ghost types. Espeon is going to cover fighting types. It'll also cover ghost types. And it will cover rock types, technically. The ghost thing's a little bit confusing. It does actually work on ghosts, even though a lot of people say it doesn't. It does. It's just not as effective as it once was. But it still does affect them. Okay, and then finally we got the fairy type, so that's going to cover dragons and dark types. We'll also have access to the grass type, which to me is the worst type in the entire game to even bother using. The only coverage that grass has is water and rock. It does cover ground as well, but the thing is that I already said we got electric for covering water, and we've got water for covering rock. So, and then those two elements cover other elements. So, the only elements that grass can possibly cover are elements that are already covered by elements that have better coverage. Does that make any sense? Yeah, so grass to me is like the worst possible Pokemon type you could have. It's just there's no coverage there that is impactful at all. Um, and it is the most numerous type in the game. There's tons of grass types in the entire game, in the entire franchise. I think people say that water is actually the most common. There are more water types than any type in the game, which I think is right. Um, but because of how the games are played, you don't encounter them as much as you do grass. As far as actually being in the games and going out and doing stuff, you're going to encounter more grass types than any other type in the game. Way more. How many of these do we have to go? Three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16. So we got 16 boxes to get through. And then we can move on to the next type. So this, like anything, it's just going to take time. The thing I do like about the Masudo effect is, or Masudo method, is that it is 100% guaranteed. The problem is how long it's going to take. You are guaranteed to get a shiny Pokemon from your breeding pair. Guaranteed. It's just, you're gonna have to, it's gonna take a while. If you've got the shiny charm and you're using the sandwiches in this game, it's probably a heck of a lot quicker to get what you want, but it's also not guaranteed. This method is guaranteed, but God, is it going to take a while. And like I said early on in the stream, we're way over odds for this, and I'm surprised that it wasn't even 10 minutes after I said that earlier that we got our shiny Vaporeon finally. And like I said, I think that was like our third batch of eggs. Or this right here is our third batch of eggs that we are on. As far as getting shiny EVs for Vaporeon. Yep. Gotcha. And one of the things that thinking about it, like I wanted to talk about all of my pop cultures. I'm looking over and I'm seeing my plushies that I'm now regretting getting. Not Pokemon plushies. These are plushies of characters or of people, however you want to say that, their character from the Hermitcraft. Um, and the reason I'm regretting them is, first off, I've started realizing just how there's certain aspects of these people that I don't like. And this was kind of my motivation for starting up my YouTube, because I think we need better people as content creators, which is kind of funny to say because of how I've been talking for the last 3 hours. Um, let's just say there's some things they have talked about and tried to push onto their viewers that I don't agree with. In fact, there's a lot of things that the whole world has been pushing that I don't like. But the thing is that I tried to share that recently, not this, but the fact that I have these 3 plushies, and I tried to share that with I want to say the owner of the one in the middle. I'm not going to say who it is, but I tried to share that and tried to be funny with it. Apparently they didn't like my sense of humor, and they blocked me on Twitter for it. Now, it's arguable with everything that I've been saying the last 3 hours that somebody could say that, oh, we don't like this person, or this person's like terrible or whatever, and they block me. That's fine. This person blocked me over a joke concerning their plushie. I mean, I don't even know what I did that caused them to block me. I really don't. Like, without this person telling me directly, like, this is what I was mad about, I don't know what I did there. And in all honesty, all I was doing was making a joke. I made 2 jokes. The first and foremost one is I have so I have a plushie Spriggerito over there sitting on top of this plushie's head. That was the first one. The other one was an ongoing joke with there was another member had put out a plushie a while back, a very specific one, and I just realized we need to switch this up. And I keep making like references to getting that plushie. Haha, it's supposed to be funny. But apparently, none of it came across as funny. They didn't like the idea that I put the Spriggerito on top of their plushie's head. I mean, it's a cat. I thought it'd be funny that a cat wants to sit there. Or they don't like the fact that I was making a reference to somebody else's plushie, but in a method that was supposed to be joking. Like, I'm half serious about that. It's meant more as a joke, but I think it'd absolutely be hilarious if I ended up getting that other plushie. And it was just like, I wanted that plushie, and at the time, I couldn't buy it. So I missed out on getting that one. So it's kind of a running joke to me to ask for that plushie. I know I'll never get it, but I think it's funny to ask for it. I've never been told otherwise that it's not funny. So I'm not entirely sure why that person ended up blocking me. The funny part is, this particular person is also the most laid-back person in that entire group. Like, nothing gets under this person's skin. And He blocked me on Twitter. The most laid-back person in that entire group apparently got pissed off at me and blocked me. So that's the fourth person in that group to do that. Now, the other three, I know why. That falls into the category of politics, and I try to avoid that as much as possible. So, the other three, I know why they blocked me, and good luck. I think the world is starting to turn against people like you. We'll see. Because I also think that the rest of the world is too lazy to actually do anything. But we'll see what happens there. Anyway, that's what I keep thinking about. I mean, as far as other things, I need to fix you. I've got at one of the comic conventions here in town, I was going through looking for plushies, and I spotted a shiny plushie. I had never seen a plushie that was shiny before. And so over there I have it's very small. It's a very small plushie, like it's almost like a dog toy size. It's very small, but it is a shiny Sylveon. So there's a bright blue Sylveon over there that's actually like on its side, about to fall off on my shelf. I kind of need to fix that. And that's just some of the stuff that I've got over there. I've got a whole bunch of the little figurines of Pokemon. Um, what I can see from here is I have a Zoro, I have Sizer, Mewtwo, Manferno. I think that's Mew that I can see. I have a Chespin, a Pikachu, a Froakie. Somewhere there should be a Finnegan. And there's probably a couple more, but I can't see. Oh, it's not a Zora, it's the shark. And I got those sitting there, then I've got all sorts of pop culture ones, like I've got all of the Eevee evolutions. I've got Greninja, Luxray, Chimchar. I've got a couple of different Eevees. I've got Vulpix. I've got three Charmanders. Unfortunately, I kind of double bought one of those without even realizing it. I have 3 different Iron Man. No. Yes, 3. I've got the Avengers in-game Iron Man. I've got Tony Stark Iron Man, and then I've got Avengers Infinity War Iron Man. And then as far as other Marvel characters, I have Captain America, I have Zombie Captain America, I have Rogue, Wanda from WandaVision. Yeah, I should have Zombie Rogue. Then I've got the original X-Men movies. I've got Cyclops, Magneto, Rogue, and Professor X. I think I'm missing Storm. I'm missing Storm, Wolverine, and I think Jean is in that set. I think Jean Grey's in that set, so I'm missing those. I've got some Star Wars ones. I've got Ahsoka. I've got Obi-Wan. I've got young Obi-Wan. Let's be specific there. I've got the young Obi-Wan. And I've got Darth Vader, and I've got Mando, and somewhere over there I also have a Bo-Katan. And then back to Marvel, I have 3 different iterations of Gwen Stacy. So I have the normal Gwen Stacy, I have Gwen Stacy's Spider Gwen, and then I have Gwen over there as well. But then I have a few other Marvel-related things, like I have I have the one where Captain America has got a hold of the gauntlet from Infinity War, where he's like, you see the scene where he's holding up Thanos' fist, and then I've got the one where Thor plunges Stormbreaker into Thanos' chest, and I've got a giant Thanos that has the Infinity Gauntlet, and then I have Harley Quinn from Batman Arkham Asylum. That's a very rare one to get. I'm actually surprised that one's not worth a lot of money. That is one of the fan favorite costumes for Harley Quinn. It's the nurse outfit. So I'm really surprised that one isn't worth more, because that's very, very hard to find. Then I've got Lilith from Borderlands, and I've got Maeve from Fairy Tail. And then I've got all four of the characters from Tiny Tina's Wonderland. And then I've got all 6 of the Loki Season 1 and Season 2 set. I do not have the extras out of those sets either. So in Season 1, there's an extra, what's her name, B2. There's an extra one for that. And then for Season 2, I think B2 is part of that set. I don't remember what the extra one is for Season 2. I want to say the Season 2 one, the extra is old Loki. Which reminds me, somewhere over there, I can't see it. But I also, yeah, they're right there. I have Lady Loki and I forget what that variation of Loki is. I can't read it from here. But I've got another Loki. It's whatever version of Loki had short horns. Like God of Story Loki has short horns. It's one of those type. It's not the God of Story version of Loki though. I have that over there. And then in my storage shed I have a whole bunch more, but I can't name those because I can't see them. But I have a whole bunch more over there of various characters that I've collected over the years. I don't really collect sets on those. I just collect characters that I like. And I believe that I have a Gwenpool that I'm pretty sure of. And then I know I have another Gwen Stacy. I don't know what version of Gwen Stacy. That may be one that I accidentally double bought. I'm not sure. I do have one of Diva from Overwatch. I do have the normal pink one, and then I have a blue one. I forget what that color is called, but it's one of her alternate colors. So I have 2 of hers. That's the one inside of the mech. Then I have the full Harry Potter original set. So that's Hermione, Ron, Harry, I think Hagrid, Dumbledore, and then someone else. I don't remember who the other one is. Yeah, some of those I don't really remember what I have. I know I've got a bunch more in storage though. Along with a lot of books. I have a lot of books in storage. I've got books here too, where I can fit them. Oh yeah, my Star Wars Lego collection. I have a lot of those. I need somewhere to put them. I want to be able to set them up somewhere. But again, that goes back to the whole I need my own place, I need my own space. I can't even name what all I've got sitting over there, but I got a whole bunch of different Lego Star Wars sets. I would love to set those up somewhere and have them on display. I mean, that would be nice, like, have my own little studio, and I've got this whole back wall of just all sorts of nerd stuff. Just a room that I could just decorate with all sorts of different things. I've also got this, so if you've made it this far into my video, hearing my mad ramblings and thinking like this guy's a piece of work, um, here's something to really show some of my personality. So on my wall, I have a Pokemon diorama, and this diorama is not something that I simply bought at a store or anything. It's not something that was given to me. A while back, we had gone to the Dave and Buster's in town. Now, if you don't know what Dave and Buster's is, Dave and Buster's is a restaurant slash arcade. It's more along the lines of like a Chuck E. Cheese, where a lot of the games are token based. It's not like an actual arcade. But we went there a while back, and while we were there, I realized that there was a section of auctions going on for, I think it was St. Jude's. It was either St. Jude's or Make-A-Wish. I forget which one. I think it was St. Jude's. And I saw this Pokemon thing there, and I was like, you know what? It's for St. Jude's. I like this. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to up the auction bid on it. I think it was at like $210 on the auction. And so I put my name on there and whatever the next, it was a silent auction, so it was in order, like how much each one of these tiers cost, and whoever's on the top of it wins. And so I think I was like at like $230 or something. And I ended up winning the auction. So I've got that and St. Jude or Make-A-Wish, whichever one, I don't remember off the top of my head. I got the money for it, and that is kind of fitting because that is something that I've wanted to do for like forever. And that is, I want to take my Pokemon Professor costume, and I want to go to like a children's hospital or something, go in to see the kids and everything, dress up as a Pokemon Professor. But and here's where I haven't been able to do this. I want to be able to give each one of the kids a starter Pokemon plushie. Now, in our area, we do not have anywhere that I could just straight up do that and go buy that stuff. Not to mention, I've never been in a financial position where I could do that. But that is something that I would love to do for the kids, is go as a Pokemon Professor and hand out starter plushies to the kids. Whatever plushie they want. So if they want Charmander, I could reach over, get a Charmander, and hand it to them. If they want a Spriggerito, I could reach over and grab a Spriggerito. So that is one of my dreams that I wish I could do with everything concerning my channel and my success on YouTube and Twitch. Is I want to be able to like give to these kids in the hospitals and just make a memory for them. I don't know if I'll ever succeed in doing that, but that is something I would love to do one day. So if St. Jude's or Make-A-Wish hears this, I don't know, like, see if you can find a way to work it out with the Pokemon Company where we could do something like that. I would love to do it. I would also love to have my Pokemon professor Natanis Lycans be an actual Pokemon professor. That would be amazing. To be a Pokemon professor related to St. Jude's and everything, or Make a Wish, whichever one. I think that would be amazing. But like a lot of my other dreams, I don't know if I'll ever be able to get that to come to fruition. So you can judge me on all the other stuff, but I hope that right there makes you realize something else. I don't know what that something else is, but there you make it realize that I'm an idiot and running around without eggs to hatch. I want to get through this box and then we're going to be done for the day. We still got a lot more to hatch though before we can move on to the next breeding cycle. There's a lot of eggs to hatch. I feel like I overdid it a little bit on this batch, but I wasn't expecting to get it in like the second or third box. Well, I say second or third, but that's more like it's more like the 20th one. As I've said, we've done this 2 cycles already, but we hatched, I don't even know how many eggs, and now we got a bunch left over because we finally did get our shiny for Vaporeon. We'll probably. I want to get this box finished off. We're gonna hatch these, and then I have got to go take care of some errands. It's also getting close to time for me to take the dogs back out, so I'll probably do that as well. And maybe we'll be back on Wednesday. I don't know off the top of my head. It just depends on what happens. And I'm trying to think, like, we need to start getting a schedule together, like dedicated days. We're going to do this on this day and this on that day. I mean, sooner or later, something's got to give. We can't be just streaming to myself for all eternity. Something's got to give on that. Like, eventually the views have got to come. I mean, like I said, we've been working at this for over 7 years. I mean, the YouTube channel's been around since like 2017 or something. Twitch about the same time, probably about 2017, 2016. So we've been around a while. We've done a lot, but we haven't gotten anywhere. We have literally gotten nowhere. I can see my list of followers for Twitch is 84. My list of followers on YouTube is like 64. So it's very, very low, and at a point where it's just kind of like, okay, is it going to go any higher than that? Are we going to actually go anywhere? I know I heard... Yeah, I don't mind name dropping here. Smallish Beans had said in a previous video that he remembered a time when he didn't think he was going to get 100 viewers, and now he's in the thousands. I'm not exactly sure where he's at of viewers, but he's up there. For my channel and my content, considering how long we've been around and we haven't even hit 1,000 on any single video, as far as how many views we've gotten, and we haven't even gotten over 100 subscribers yet. Compared to what I've seen out there, it logically doesn't make any sense. There's no reason why we shouldn't have already gotten some kind of following by then. It's statistically impossible at this point. And eventually something's got to give. Like, the camel's back has got to break on something. The biggest and most popular video I've had is me singing Should Have Been a Cowboy by Toby Keith just after learning of his death. That has probably got to be the biggest video hit that I've got. And even then, it pales in comparison to other channels out there. Just absolutely pales in comparison. And one of the things that I constantly think about is if some jerk, I want to say that as nicely as I can, the jerk known as Asmongold can make it big. I mean, why can't I get it? Hang on. Huh? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Alright. Come on. Alright, I'm back. That was impromptu. So I got a phone call. Letting me know that I need to go do something real quick. Which, by proxy, because of what I had to go do, meant that I also had to quickly take the dogs out for one last pee break before I can't do it for a while the rest of the day. So basically what it is the company that sprays the yard for insects, for bugs, for like ants and spiders and things. They were on their way here. I need to go open the gate for them and yada yada yada. Take care of that stuff. So that means that I had to get the dogs out so that they can use the restroom. And yeah, took care of that real quick, got them out. And then I saw that the van that they arrive in pulled up. So I quickly got the dogs, got them inside, talked to the guy, and he should be spraying the yard right now. So that should be over and done with very soon. But that also means that for a few hours, I can't take the dogs back out. So I figure that's probably also a very good time for me to go run the errand that I need to. So that being said, we're going to get these 10 eggs hatched. And I think we're just going to call that a day there. So we're running up on 5 minutes before we have been streaming for about 4 hours, even though roughly there was 2 stops in there, one 16-minute break for me and the puppies, and then another break just a little while ago. I don't know how long I've actually been gone, because that popped up. I had to quickly answer the phone, then I went and took care of everything. I don't know if that came across on the mic. I don't know if my mic picked up me talking, but it may have. Yeah, I had to quickly take care of that, so. And with things like that, I want to reiterate something here. When I talk about this stuff, and I talk about it in a negative light, people always freak out over it. They're like, oh, why should you be saying this stuff, and why should you be saying... Have any of y'all ever gone to therapy for anything? For any reason? I have, several times, and that's pretty normal, is to get that stuff off your chest. That is what therapy is for, is to help you work through it. And in order to work through it, you have to speak it out loud. You have to talk about it. And that's what I do here in my streams and on my channels. I talk out loud about the things that are troubling me and the things that I see incorrectly, and the fact that the whole world around me is like, hey, if there's a problem, you need to do something about it. And anytime I do something about it, in the normal sense, like there was an issue there as far as not doing things in a proper channel. But anytime I've done it through proper channels, it hasn't amounted to jack shit. Anytime I've done that. In fact, I've gotten in trouble before for doing something the right way. For channeling stuff up the line. And people just flat out being like, hey, no, that's not right. You're not wrong. You're not saying this correctly. And I'm like, no. This is what was said. There's no interpretation of it. This is what is said, and this is what's going on. You can't interpret that. And in fact, that was one of the problems I had with some other place, where I was telling them that by their own rules, they weren't allowed to do something, and they were doing it anyway. And then when I pointed out, well, if that's the case, and these rules don't apply, then this doesn't apply to begin with, so why are we even talking about this? And then they would throw it back at me that, no, the rules do apply because you've agreed to it. And I was like, but you just said there was no agreement. So if there was no agreement, then I don't have to do it. And if there was an agreement, you're outside that agreement. I was pointing out to that company that they were wrong no matter which way they looked at it. And they didn't like that. And I was just like, no, I'm not doing what you're asking because that goes against what you've told me you allow or that you want. You're being hypocritical about what you are actually telling us. Oops. I'm too far. So yeah, using the proper channels, it may work at some places, but what I've seen in all of my years is that they don't care about the proper things. They just care that you shut up and color. And frankly, I've had enough of it. And I have heard it said over and over for many, many years. Be careful what you put out there online because, you know, potential people see that. Here's the problem. In that, like I've said, like, if somebody does see that stuff, sees that you call others out on that stuff, and nothing gets changed, then something's wrong with the company itself. There was a point that I was trying to make there that just completely brain farted on what it was. Just completely forgot. God, what was I going to say? I had a really good point, too. It's like the thought process in my head just got completely drained out of it. Like the thought that I had, the point that I was trying to make is just completely gone. I don't even remember where I was going with what I was just saying. About calling others out on their BS. I don't remember exactly what it is, and I'm struggling to remember it, but it's kind of like one of those things where the elites of the world are free to act and do what they want, and then everybody else is not allowed to. It was something along the lines of that. And a good example of this is all of the times that elites, like rich people and people that are famous or have money or something like that, get into trouble with the law, and effectively what all that happens is that they get a slap on the wrist. Effectively, that's all that happens. And yet, if I went out there and I did the same thing, I would get absolutely chastised for it. It's like all the times that I've called out YouTubers on certain BS that they've posted. I did that once, and here recently there was a comment that came back at me saying, "Hey," and I was calling out the YouTubers without saying their names, and this person say, "Hey, that's borderline sexist." I'm like, "No, it's not. The only reason you think it's sexist is because you're a little bitch." The thing that I was trying to avoid was calling out the person by name. I did not want to flat out call them out. And now right here, right now, I'm just going to flat out say, so the comment involved the mob vote a few years ago with the presence of the LA. And one of the things that I've noticed online with YouTubers, some of the big names, is that certain YouTubers were really pushing the LA. And this particular person, originally in my comment, I did not call the person out, but I'm going to call him out right here, right now to explain the situation, was false symmetry. I called her out because she was, well, in the original comment, I did not call her out. All I said is a female or the female YouTubers were pushing this. And it is true. Like, if you go back and you look, a lot of the female YouTubers were pushing it. I did not see that many male YouTubers pushing it. It was mostly the females pushing it. And I made a comment about that without saying false symmetry, because she wasn't the only one. There was a couple others. But she was one of the main ones that I knew of that was pushing the LA simply because she thought it was cute. She wasn't thinking about anything else other than how it looked. Regardless, this person called me out on that, saying that that sounded sexist, which is completely and utterly horseshit. It had nothing to do with that. But I will say that there was comments about that, and around that time that a lot of the females were really pushing for the LA simply because they thought it was cute. And this person said that that sounded sexist, and that he as well was pushing for the LA. Okay, fine. I don't care. I don't know why you had to make that comment, but whatever. The comment was more about the full thing that I posted was more about the responsibility of YouTubers thinking logically about what they are pushing onto other people. Because in some cases it came back to bite them in the butt. For instance, this is something that I pointed out quite a bit, and I think it's finally sunk into some people that I'm absolutely right about this. And again, I'm not going to name names here. The only reason I said false symmetry is because I wanted to make it perfectly clear that I was trying not to name drop who I was talking about, and just said in general females. So it wasn't meant as a sexist comment, and I don't even know where they're getting the sexism from on there, because clearly they didn't understand the whole message I was saying, just like the rest of the morons on that side of the line. Anyway, the thing that bit people in the butt was all of the YouTubers pushing for the Phantom to be put into the game, for everybody to vote for the Phantom. Now, you also got to remember the time frame of when that mob vote started. In that particular era of Minecraft, there was two major groups of people. Those... We're out of eggs, aren't we? We're out of eggs. The two major groups are the people that went off, they collected their resources like normal, and worked to get their resources. The other group was the people that built machines, redstone contraptions, that would farm materials for them. And it doesn't even matter what the type of farm was. If it was like a witch farm, a wood farm, a auto fishing farm, it didn't matter. They were outspoken about not allowing people to AFK farm stuff. And with the announcement of the Phantom attacking players that hadn't slept in a while, a lot of those YouTubers were like, oh, there's our answer. This is how we're going to get at people that AFK for resources. This was their answer. Now, the Phantom is considered the most annoying and useless mob in the entire game. And they regret voting for it. And the full comment that I had posted was about how you shouldn't listen to these YouTubers because they're not giving any kind of consideration as to what is possible with the given mob. Now then, well, let's jump forward a little bit, because I also kind of told on myself in this comment. I had made the mention of me pushing for people to vote for the sniffer, but I also did fully acknowledge that it definitely looked like Mojang was trying to push the sniffer on everybody. If you go back and you watch that, there is some manipulation going on with those scenes. In one scene, you get Jeb sneezing, which automatically makes you think of your nose, and sniffing is part of it, and they have a mob called the Sniffer. There was and that was... I think the sneeze was with the rascal. I think the sneeze came with the rascal. And that's where we saw that happen. And then when we get introduced to the possibility of the stone golem, I don't know if it was Jeb or if it was what's her name. I think it may have been Jeb. He like scratches at his nose. So again, it's instead of focusing on the creature itself that they are trying to present, you're seeing in this little animation that Jeb has now sneezed and scratched his nose, and there's nothing during the whole sniffer sequence. Nothing like that. So I definitely think there is some mental manipulation going on there for the sniffer, and I did acknowledge that. However, the principle of it still stands that I think that the sniffer was the best choice of the three. However, Mojang's implementation of the sniffer is probably the laziest development I have ever seen. Now, they have come across and said several times that, you know, most people think that these mobs are ready to go and all they gotta do is upload it and it's in the game, when the reality is they've still got to develop it, they've still got to make the assets, and work on it. They've just got a concept of what it is right now. I have one major problem with that. And the problem is that the artwork for those shorts that they are claiming, usually an artwork of that detail means you've already worked out how this thing is supposed to look. Now, back in the original mob vote, they didn't have anything like that. Like, they had an actual, like, concept art of the creatures. Okay, in recent years with the mob vote, this is a lot more than just, we have a concept. They've got something a little bit more than just a concept at this point, especially if they're making these short videos to introduce them. Because usually the concept of a character or an asset is very different from the final product. I mean, the biggest example of that I can give you is go look at the original concept of some Pokemon. Go look at the original concept art of Shrek. And this is the kind of stuff that I wanted to do, was concept art. Is just coming up with a concept and then developing it into a working or a finished product. That is what I originally wanted to do. So the fact that they're saying that these are not fully fleshed out, I'm calling BS on, because they've got so much of it already worked out by the point that they're introducing. Now, with the sniffer, I feel like what we were promised and what we were given were two very different things. Because they had said that it is going to lurk around and sniff up ancient seeds for us to plant. Okay, my first problem here is, why are the ancient seeds in the dirt to begin with? Because if they're in the dirt, this stuff should be growing wild everywhere in the game. We shouldn't need to find a sniffer to find this stuff. It should just be growing wild, because it's already in the dirt. Second problem is, we only got 2 new plants. That's it. One of them only gives us dye, which was cyan dye, because it was the only dye that we had no way of getting other than just making it. And the other one, the fire plant, is pretty much just used in one potion recipe. Now, I don't know about you, but even on YouTube, how often do you see people producing potions? even then, you don't see people producing every single possible potion. The most common potions I see people making are Slow Fall, Fire Resist, and Strength 2. Why Strength 2? I don't know, but you do see that one the most often. Considering how many potions there are in the game, and nobody's making any of the others, it makes me wonder, so you came up with this great idea, you got it partially implemented, and the best you could do was give us 2 new flowers, one of which is strictly just for dye, the other one is for potions, which I don't even remember what potion. That tells you how often I either make potions or see somebody make potions, to the point where I can't even remember how to make the potions. It is something that is very, very rare in all of Minecraft YouTube. I think the only time I've seen somebody do massive project with potions is Comfan in Hermitcraft Season 9 when he built a potion, not really farm, but a potion shop. And even then, he only offered like, what, 8 different potions out of how many potions are in the game? Yeah, so that was really weird. It definitely felt like they pulled the wool over our eyes on certain things there. Right, I originally said that we weren't going to go after finishing off that box. And now we're almost halfway through this one. So I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna finish off these last 4 eggs that we have in our inventory. Oh, this one decided to do this. Every single egg we've done today has gone to the ground and hatched on the ground somewhere around us. Either way up on top or on the bottom. Except for this one. Why did this one go to that special purple screen? All the others have either gone down there or gone up here and hatched in real time. They haven't gone to that purple screen. That's really weird. Yeah, so we got about 3 more eggs, 2 more, and as soon as these last 2 are hatched, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna get off of here, and I hope you guys enjoy your day. And as always, if you managed to watch to the end of the stream or the end of the video, because we'll be going up to YouTube later, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you have a great day. And I really would appreciate subscribing to both my YouTube and my Twitch. Though Twitch you don't really subscribe, you follow, and until I can get a good enough following, I can't get subscriptions. So yeah, I don't know why they got 2 different formats. That doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, I would definitely appreciate that, because we got, I feel like I'm running uphill on a treadmill. That's literally what I feel like I'm doing nowadays with YouTube and Twitch. It just feels like I'm getting nowhere. So here we go. This is the last one for today, and of course it's just a regular Eevee. So yeah, hopefully we'll get the last Eevee that we need. We'll get all these eggs hatched. We'll get a whole new batch of eggs, and probably by the end of today we'll get that done. We're not going to do that on camera because for reasons. And I don't know what we're going to do, because I want to try and change it up so that I don't get burned out on any one game. But trying to go back and forth on games is kind of annoying because I feel like that hinders my progress and stuff instead of, yeah. But I also I've noticed that I burn myself out on certain ones. There's also the problem of what games are we going to play. So I do want to keep Destiny 2 in the loop. We are going to try and get back into streaming Minecraft. Maybe we'll make more content. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with the Minecraft. I do have redstone projects that I need to work on. I do have building projects that I need to work on. But at the same time, like, the YouTube stuff with Minecraft has been proving that it's not working. So we'll see what happens there. As far as Pokemon stuff, I do want to continue doing Pokemon stuff. That is something that is probably more important to me than the Minecraft. Been a much bigger part of me than Minecraft has. I know originally I set out to make my mark in Minecraft on YouTube, but it's clear to me that that's not going to happen. The Pokemon stuff hasn't been all that popular. It's actually been less popular. Excuse me, I need a quick drink. So the Pokemon stuff has been less popular than my Minecraft stuff. Like, I've gotten a lot more views on regular Minecraft than I have on the Pokemon stuff. And even more so than I have on Destiny 2. Like, nobody is watching the Destiny 2 stuff. But that's something I feel like I want to do. It's a change of pace. We might even try and do some 7 Days to Die. Maybe I'll get back into Ark. I don't know. I'm going to have to spend a little bit of time thinking about that. I do know for now, though, Minecraft is going to be relegated to Wednesdays, which is going to be a problem because I don't know if I'll be able to get on Wednesdays. So whenever I am able to get on Wednesdays and stream, we will probably be streaming Minecraft. And then as far as anything else is concerned, it's still kind of up in the air as to what I'm going to do. I didn't actually finish Planet Crafter, but Planet Crafter very quickly became very boring to me. There wasn't any, like, threat in Planet Crafter. I never did finish Subnautica, but I don't really feel like it. So, going back to 7 Days to Die, we may do that. I have been thinking about trying to start up Pal World again. But I feel like the Pal World stuff is... I might as well be playing Ark if I'm playing Pal World. Pal World is good. It is another, like, catching game and survival game. However, it never really felt to me like it was good at either one. It was fun for a short while, but until they add stuff to it, it's not really impressive. It's kind of a jack of all trades and it's a master of none. So we'll see about that. We'll see what we get into. As of right now, I'm thinking we'll probably try and do 7 Days to Die on Thursdays. I don't know why. It just sounds like a good day to do 7 Days to Die. Because I have heard that I need to get back into it for 1.0. We are finally out of alpha. So get back to 7 Days to Die, try that, see what all the fuss is about with 1.0, and then from there, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do on Fridays. The weekend would probably be the best time for me to stream and for everybody to view, but it's also the worst possible time for me to be up here. Because that's the big time that I'll probably get bitched at the most. So, that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you later. We gotta get out of this. Okay. Yeah, so I will see you guys later. And, again, leave a comment on YouTube and like the video and subscribe. Really help out the channel grow. And I will see you guys later. Bye!